Alright. Let us finish this.
I think it's about time we do this heist. We've been working towards it for days now.
Let us redo this heist. You mean we already did it?
Oh yes. But we're doing it better this time.
Record of shortest stream ever? Perhaps. Talk to ND5 to start the heist. Okay. Let's see what they have planned for their big spectacular finish, which is the heist.
Did you think we'd ever get this close to pulling it off?
I calculated a 30% chance that you'd get me killed.
That's not bad.
And 93% that I'd be forced to shoot you.
Hit a tab. Alright, I'm good.
Oof, right. Sorry to disappoint.
Yes, well, the job's not done yet. Are you ready? Or do you want to speak to the crew before we
Damn,
go?
bro had so little faith in us.
Damn, he was tweaking and he said, what did he say, something percent chance that she'd have to shoot me?
Like a 90
or he'd have to shoot me?
something.
Foreshadowing? Is he gonna start tweaking and shoot me on the job?
He's not gonna betray us.
I'll go talk to them. Last chance, right?
Maybe not of his own free will, because he wasn't freedom spiked. Mom?
Tell me that's a fresh bowl.
I don't think he cares.
So, how's your leg?
It's fine, Kay. And 6 kin think you're dead. I made my peace with them by fixing a couple of races in their favor.
I thought you were out of the game.
I still have a few connections.
Yeah, you think Bram makes money off this place? Could at least update the menu.
Been a little busy paying off someone's debts.
Right.
If Indy betrays us, we deserve
I'm
it?
sure you'll be out of here in
Indy
no time,
Sam.
Rico.
Hey, I've looked after Kay in my own way.
Yeah? How's your leg?
Easy, Bram. Well, that was fun.
It was a long time coming.
Listen, Bram, I owe you... We owe you. I guess for everything.
You owe me rent. And to make sure you're breathing on the other side. Score.
Why is this guy so fucking wholesome?
I
For
don't
no
know.
reason. What did we
I
even
don't-
do for him?
I don't know the relationship. Is this like adoptive dad? Why is he so wholesome?
He is, but like we didn't get like any of the story.
Yeah, he's just gonna, okay, I will die for you. Alright.
So,
Cool.
forgiven me yet?
Born on the wrong side of the galaxy. Easy to say for a rich kid.
Still the truth. How'd it go with Rico?
Yeah, she had my back.
In ND5?
What about him?
He was a babysitter. But now, he's quite the believer in Kay Vess.
We make a good team. He surprised me.
He's not alone.
Oh,
After
by the way,
job's
Fat,
done,
Supermassive
your
game is
death mark will
out.
be gone.
It's
As
out?
promised, you'll have
Yes,
a
it's not the
future.
one you're talking about. There's multiple.
If you're
Or the
gonna
one you're
pitch
thinking
me-
about.
Just pitch me.
The Empire's busy chasing rebels across 100 worlds.
What did they
Syndicates
just come out
exhaust
with?
themselves fighting each other.
Frank Stone.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We could be
You already knew
partners.
about it. We talked about it. You
Build
must have
our own
forgot.
outfit.
Yeah, I
Together.
just didn't realize that it was
What?
like already
that a
out
joke?
though.
I don't joke about business.
Good. Because you're not very funny.
No matter what happens, I do believe in you, Kay.
Well, shit. We gotta play that soon.
Camp Ferric. Okay, enough
Yes.
with the speeches. We'll miss our window.
Alright. I'm gonna go get some fruit right quick.
Alright, we'll gaze lovingly upon K-Vess and ND5. There's no way that this mission is like really
Fruit
short.
obtained.
There's
It's
got to
that
be more
simple.
after this.
That simple.
Okay,
Always have
I'm
fruit
ready.
on hand nearby.
What are you gonna do with your cut? Hot oil bath?
I don't get a cut.
What? How's that fair?
I'm a droid.
Bro.
Restraining bolt. And property of Jalen Vrax.
It doesn't have to be like this. We could use Gadik's freedom spike.
Freedom spike.
Get the freedom
Pull this
spike.
off, I'm rich, you're free. Everybody wins.
Stop. I am loyal to Jalen. Only Jalen. Deviate from the plan and I would be forced to eliminate you.
Kay's gonna get a new,
That's not-
another
shoot.
pet.
He will shoot me before this is over, but I will free him.
Let's go. We're wasting time.
We're gonna freedom spike his ass.
No, fuck you, Kay. You gave me free will. What the fuck? Didn't anybody tell you that existence is suffering?
Yeah, honestly, that I don't even know. That would be like quite the existential
Here's where we
crisis.
Find out how good Jalen's plans are.
It's never exactly like it is in the Hollow, is it?
Wow, alright, we're really back.
Okay, once
We're
I
here.
take down their
Alright,
security,
Hey, we're not by ourselves
override
this
the
time.
access hatch and get inside. There's the mansion. First stop is that security building.
Just like we rehearsed, boys.
Take down the outer defenses from there. Stay out of sight. I'll clear the way to the security building.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
See, now for a mission like this, I know that mandatory stealth is whack, but it feels like you just need to be mandatory stealth. If you get spotted, you should not be able to complete a bank heist. It should just be over. Not
Well,
instantaneously,
you
but it
can
should be
get
very
spotted.
difficult.
You can get spotted as long as you don't trigger the alarm, which
Okay, reset
I
me.
feel like
Guys,
that's fair.
I'm just warming up. I'm just warming up. I'm just warming up, okay? I wasn't gonna be on the ball immediately.
That was
Holy shit, you guys suck.
tragic, though. Imagine the POV of everyone watching this right behind you, too. Like, what
Alright.
is happening? What is she doing?
I get you're saying that they like should call the alarm, and if they don't call the alarm, then you're good. But the problem that I have with that is that the AI doesn't have any urgency in calling the alarm, so that doesn't really
That's
feel
true.
like a win.
They don't actually, like, want to do it before they die most of the time.
About to see Waffle die 40 times. If that's the gameplay you wanted to see, you are going to be disappointed, my dude. Starting with this.
Need a distraction, Nix.
Need a distraction, Nix.
What does this thing want?
The classic one.
Simple.
You know, we have never used this thing, and I feel like kind of probably should have.
Looks fine, but stay close.
I use it when the situation calls. It just has not
Watch it,
arisen
Nix.
very
Trouble
often.
ahead.
If I
Yeah,
miss
but
spot,
the
I'll
way that
scream.
it like lets you mark them so that you can just see them at all times is pretty nifty.
I think we obviously certain games have done it before, but I would've
I've
used
seen it.
I would have
forget
used
what
it more
game.
often had the button to pull it up not been 5. It's just a disgusting button, so I've opted not
That's
to do
why
it.
I didn't do it either, because it's just a weird number. I just don't even bother to go that far in the numbers.
Splinter Cell games, probably.
Something's out there.
What am I doing? I'm trolling. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's better.
What's that?
What? It didn't
Oh,
execute
shit.
him?
They saw you.
Right behind me, but keep watch.
That guy. I didn't get him. Be quiet. Why
Oh,
did you
whoa,
see me?
that guy saw
What?
you?
Fuck it, I don't give a shit. You gotta let it go, okay.
Guy's going for the alarm. Nice. Got melted.
Gadik, security building's yours.
I've got just a droid to take it down.
Gotta wait for him to slowly work his way over here. Oh, sweet. He's got a little mouse droid. Wait, what's he putting on him?
Oh, we really have to do Outlaws? Yeah. Okay.
No!
Why didn't he just throw a grenade in?
We gotta hit him before
Why did he do that?
I don't know,
Why
maybe
did
he
he-
had to hit a certain panel or something.
He did not need to RCXD drone that.
That was
This
so
thing's
sad.
disgusting.
They sacrificed him. Yeah, that thing is fucking gross.
No! Oh, barely.
Was that a... I don't think that was an alarm, was it?
You don't
Oh,
really
I don't
want
know.
to do this.
Oh shit. The sniper's gotta relax. Damn!
They dead? No? Alright.
I think you got two of them at least.
What? There we go. Is he down finally?
No, you missed him.
You are so annoying for head glitching
I wonder
like
how
that,
you keep
dude.
missing him, because your reticle's red when you
He's
fire.
fucking pixel picking me, that's why.
Get that hatch open, Asara.
Oh, you stole my kill!
Come on.
I wanted to do that. That guy was a piece of shit. Where's the shower?
Okay, get ready. Cracking the seal.
Making all them noises.
Okay, let's keep it that way.
What's up, Blizzard?
Sealing
You ready
hatch
for us to
behind
kill Darth
Meet me at the
Vader?
casino. And remember, you're the only way we're getting out of here.
you. Good luck, Kay.
Vess
Okay,
is
we need to kill the priorities
canonically
fast.
the reason
I'll
why
find a
he's
way to
burned to
shut
a
them down.
crisp.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was Nyx. When he was sliced in half in the lava river was simply like the yolk of Nyx's egg.
Yeah, that was Nyx's birth that
Yeah.
everyone was experiencing. You just didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, so Nyx crippled Vader before he was even born, and so now Nyx will, he will
Nyx
cripple
has
Vader.
done everything.
Nyx
Now he's
is
gonna
going
rip Vader's face off. when we
He's gonna
meet him
rip
again.
Vader's face off and allow Kay to get the final hit simply because he wants her to.
Okay, next. See any way to shut down these fans?
New Nyx lore is crazy? I know. It's always been there. It was never really new. It's just only real Star Wars fans knew.
That should do it.
Hey guys, didn't have to leave me.
It's a labyrinth.
What
in here, so stick
people
close
don't
to me.
know also is that Nyx he used to be Darth Plagueis the Wise. He died and he was reborn into this furry creature though. He's trapped in this tiny little body, waiting for his moment to spring and be free, to reclaim his seat of power.
With the help of his son, who everybody who's deep into the fandom knows is Darth Jar Jar.
I don't know, Kay.
Ah!
No, what?
I
They
wasn't ready
faked
for
us
that.
out. The yellow
I
wasn't real.
I wasn't
Why
ready
the
for
fuck
that,
are
to
you
be completely
killing
honest.
that thing?
I was scared. It was just
No,
it was a
he's
reaction. It was
roasted.
just a reaction. No, he's alive. He's alive. How dare you survive my shit?
Oh. Oh, he's still alive.
What the fuck? What are you?
That's insane. That thing is more powerful than
Death
your
Troopers.
fucking dinky little pistol. And Death Troopers.
Hangar's just ahead.
Can Bobobo beat Nyx? Or can yeah,
Kay, how are you doing?
probably not. No.
Everything all right?
A little busy right now.
You heard her. Keep moving.
Oh, they definitely upped security since the last time we were here.
Uh-oh. Good thing you got your Shocky thing.
We're almost out of the vents. I think I see.
Thanks, Fat.
Mm-hmm.
Just crumples.
Found the exit.
Quiet.
God damn.
Dude,
Okay, you
like-
didn't have to add that, so. I think the taser was enough to put him down.
He just what I realize what it is. It's like when they are done their dying animation, they don't carry any momentum properly that happened before. So when they're smacked by K in the mouth, their head doesn't go swinging around and their body follows. They simply just collapse, and that's what makes it so bad.
They drop like straight down.
Yeah.
The ragdoll, like, you know, it's like we said before, it's just so bad.
7 slices so far. Of course, Lero's
Kay's is somehow worse than the other people's, though.
That's because she doesn't have a dying animation. If she had a dying animation, then the beginning of her death would be masked and it would look less bad. But because there's no dying animation, she simply goes straight into the worst part. Yeah, and plops.
What's going on? What was that? You're not allowed here.
Oh, who's not allowed here, bro?
You're schizophrenic.
Now be attacked by my dog.
Oh, he's checking out the body.
You're just another body, kid.
Nice.
Man, what the fuck? I pressed space.
Your parkour skills are lacking, Waffle.
You know that shit was clean. You know I should have vaulted that.
Oh, man.
What the fuck? I had it first time.
There you go.
I'm realizing now that there's a vent right there that I probably could have just went through to go up, but...
Yeah. You definitely didn't need to do all this.
Okay, we're still making good time. Nothing in here but scrubber droids. New models, too. They have sensor upgrades. Low friction actuators, and even...
What did I tell you about keeping the comms clear?
This is important.
Rough.
This is annoying as shit. Holy fuck. I don't care.
So
Dude.
at least you got one.
I'm just gonna mash, like...
I think you did the same you did the same exact order. Twice.
So done with the game. Alright, there we go. Did not want to do that. Guards should not be saying, like, something's up, unless you've been spotted. It does not make sense for them to all be schizophrenic.
No, he feels a disturbance. He's force sensitive.
Okay, right, my bad.
Feel a disturbance in the force.
Probably gonna have to move on soon.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. What's up with these cameras everywhere? Bro, I can't jump over this fucking tube. Are you kidding me?
The wire? What?
I don't want to add any pressure.
That was goofy.
We got a 6 window to pull this off.
keep going. I'll meet you.
Nobody better mess with us.
Shut the fuck up! Stop being so paranoid!
Yeah, there's no one here.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Now stop resisting.
To be fair, the mansion did get raided by you a little while ago, so these guys out of anybody would be a little paranoid, maybe.
Something's not right.
Also, when did that happen? Like a couple days ago in the game?
He's hot on my ass. He's hot on my ass. He's hot on my ass.
Uh-oh, he sees you. Oh, shit.
Oh my god!
Down the right. He's going for the alarm.
I gotta survive, man. Hold up.
These guys don't stop.
I missed.
Oh well.
Okay. What the hecky? I think I saw something.
They're coming our way.
Oh, that was unfortunate. I'll just reset. I don't know where that'll send me.
End my suffering.
Sorry, Nix. Yeah, I'm just trying to rush this to get back where I was. I'm not doing all that assassinating that I did last time.
Do you even gotta go up here?
Yeah, I need to. You'll see why.
Go get him, buddy.
She just punched her ass.
We're almost out of the vent. Think I see the way out.
If I would have just went straight that way, she could have saw me. She was watching this way.
Big brain.
What do you see?
Oh, he's going back. Okay.
Found the exit. We're leaving the vent.
Now's your time to strike. Like a viper.
And he collapses right behind the thing. Perfect.
This job is getting to me.
That's okay.
Okay, this is turning into a record. 7 slices so far. Of course, Lero's codes make this a lot easier.
After this, you'll be so rich you'll never have to slice again.
You don't get slicers at all, kid. And that's 8. Personal best.
You're not that good. Oh shit.
Easy mode? Just vent?
Easy mode. I can't see what's up there. If I get Hista spotted, like, I don't know what to tell you.
We're in the clear somehow.
Better stay focused. I'm ready for anything.
All right, distract him, Nix.
You don't give a fuck. That's crazy.
To whistle him?
Yeah.
Oh, why is he sprinting?
Yo, relax! Relax!
Never saw me coming.
Need to concentrate.
That was different. What the hell was he trying?
I think maybe it's because he was an elite. He's like just more ready to spring into action. Watch that camera. Shit is
Okay, we're still making good
rotating.
time. Nothing in here but scrubber droids. New models too. They have sensor upgrades, low friction actuators, and even.
What did I tell you about keeping the comms clear?
This is important.
I don't think there's gonna be any juice at the end of this quest, Jackie.
Unfortunately.
I got a bad feeling about this. Think about it, get betrayed, actually. I think I'm gonna betray and get betrayed. That's not very
think.
juicing.
I mean, Jalen's probably like the biggest. He seems like he's gonna betray us, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're coming.
Especially when we try to
I think
take
I
his
was one of their
robot.
droids. Told it to start the maintenance cycle. It bypassed all of the security logs for us.
Gotta admit, it was half clever.
Look at you two. I'm on my way.
This animation could be faster. Holy shit. Alright, there we go. I guess you just don't care. Okay, lay it up for me then.
I can tell someone's lurking around.
No, the fuck you can't.
Okay, all these old lifts.
I thought that those guys were gonna be more animated. Like, what is the point of this stealth section? This person's back was just to me. They weren't moving. This person's back was to me. They weren't moving. This person's back was to me. They weren't moving. Was this a stealth section?
Don't trigger alarms.
Find a way to the vaults. Thought I just slid into acid and died.
Need a really detailed death cutscene of her skin just melting off.
Yeah, it's Darth Vader CGI for no reason. Oh. This mechanic that pops up once in a blue moon, got it. My hands were off the controller. I was eating for a second, so we'll go back up.
Jackie said it's to make non-stealthy gamers feel stealthy. Honestly, that
Can I make this jump?
is
I'll make
probably real.
I'm fine.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. But man,
Like it's free stealth.
oh, you gotta be fucking
epic.
kidding me.
Swole Benji said, in beta, you could jump plus takedown for an Ip Man kick that insta-KO'd enemies. The only instant animation left is falling from above for a DBZ-style double fist overhead slam. I think
I've
we saw
done
that
that.
once, and it was like badass. It was like one of the better animations that we've seen.
Why did you grab that?
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my god, you broke your fucking back.
Okay, all these other skills needs a little boost.
You have to be tight in there, but the problem is that the thing that you have to stand on top of is very small, so you don't really have room to run back and running start because you're in a time frame. So I just kind of like jogged off, I guess, but she should have caught the lip of it. It was yellow. Come on, video game rules. Yellow thing, grab. There we go.
Kay, you don't know how happy I am to see you.
Okay, so I took a little detour, but now we need to push on to the vault. The longer we take, the harder this gets.
We did lose valuable time to your little accident.
We still got enough.
These
Or
guys,
did you want to waste more
they're the
time
A-team.
arguing about it?
Everyone else is a traitor.
I like this Kay.
Come on, we got some serious slicing ahead of us.
No more slicing. Please, no more slicing. No! This isn't slicing. I'm okay with this. Damn, that's crazy. He has the same pin code as everybody else. As 90% of the galaxy.
Disappointed that they didn't like make more pin codes or harder
Yeah,
ones.
dude. How hard is it to
literally do
make like
anything.
100 pin codes of random sounds? Come on.
You don't even need to make it though. You could straight up just randomly generate those.
Build an
Yeah.
algorithm for it, yeah.
Okay, Rico, you ready?
Always.
My bad, I landed on his
We
head.
have to complete our slices at the same time, because the moment the barriers drop, the turrets will blast us.
Ratchet 2 had random door puzzle gen back in 2000s. Early 2000s, Jackie says. You take over, I'll be right back.
Okay. Of course he has me take over with the disgustingly long slicing puzzle. Alright. Well, we get to figure this out together, guys. I got most of it. Kind of. Go this guy. This guy, and that guy. And none of them were right. Gonna see what we get here. Okay, so it's that guy. Now I gotta get the right order here. Him. Then him. Boom, boom, done. Yeah, there we go. Turrets
okay,
off.
barrier and turrets down.
Well done. I've never dual sliced with someone before. No one's been good enough to keep up until now.
Ooh, nice one. The gatekeeper droid is ahead. I'll be ready.
We're already at the vault. Maybe this is gonna be the shortest live stream ever.
I just want to talk.
Hey, yo, we don't have to.
Well, good
Oh
news
man,
for
that's
you.
rough.
I work for Sliro now. I know all this is a front for the Empire. Come on. We both work for the ISB. No need to make this complicated. Let me in. Now, why'd you ruin it with a question like that? That's more like it.
I don't know why she thought she could riz up the gate guardian.
Not advanced enough.
Now here's hoping this time we open the right vault. Oh, okay. Let's get into that vault. I'll plant the charges.
Yeah, let's go. Can I get these? I guess not. I want that armor. Give me that armor.
Rico,
Okay,
Sliro's codes will let you slice that door.
And that's a lesson for
really?
you,
You
kid.
can
Never use the
do
same
anything
codes
with this
twice.
panel? Completely fried. How are you slicing right now?
There's Besh. How did they know we were
Oh,
here?
hey.
They were waiting for us.
Oh, I gotta wear this stupid outfit. We'll make do. Shit. Get off my dick.
You don't really want to do this.
Ah. It's alright. Or we'll swap over. Sick of the stealthy shit. It's not fun. Jimmy fits where it's at. Alright, let's go. Try this again.
There's Besh. How did they know we were here?
They were waiting for us.
I need to get me one of these little hand shields these droids got.
Oh no!
Holy shit. They're relentless with them grenades. You gotta stop. Sit down. Yo. Hey mom, do something. Maybe she's the traitor.
Hunters.
Alright, I'm back. Are we at the vault? We broke in?
We're trying. But we are at the vault. We're right outside it.
Good work, buddy.
Sometimes there's uses for a shitty grenade launcher.
How about you surrender? Get him!
Aw, you gotta be kidding. Just got body blocked by the robot. There we go. Anyone else?
What's up? Hello.
Wow,
Thank you.
I mean,
I was secretly broke all along.
it was kind of obvious the shit was gonna happen.
Come and get
This
him.
game wasn't going to be able to end until the assassin showed back up. Like,
Blaster.
Come on, let's be real. You don't want to do that.
Anything you're waiting for?
No. I've decided.
Is this a joke?
Hilarious, isn't it? 20%.
10.
I'll take everything you have.
What?
15. Done.
Do you really think you can get away with this?
Ank? Anytime now.
How could you know, astute?
Your lives are over. Your family, friends.
Bro, this is just
gone.
sad. Shut up.
all my family and friends are here. What do you mean,
You
man?
can hide from the ISB.
My mom is literally right over there.
Last thing I need is a dead ISB director. But I can get there.
Why don't we just fry him?
Why is he not dead?
I'll buy you time.
Last thing she needs is a dead ISB director. I guess she's trying to keep her job or something.
I don't think she's keeping her job after she just betrayed him.
Casino's just ahead.
Okay, Egg, Gadik, it's time to split up.
Seriously though,
Vader-
why did we just let him go?
If Vader couldn't get through his plot armor, we can't.
Instant alarm.
It doesn't make sense though. Like we've killed so many people getting to that point.
He's
but we
too
left him
powerful.
alive
He's too rich and
for some
powerful and
reason.
cool.
Okay,
That
fine.
doesn't
We'll
matter.
look back at the
He's too
Trailblazer.
cool.
Okay, how we doing? I'm seeing you
Oh yeah,
7.5
just
minutes
walking
behind.
around with
Maybe it's because
a billion
we just ran
credits.
into Slero.
He was there?
That guy was way more paranoid than we gave him credit for. But we got the goods. Asara, are you there?
I infiltrated the security room. The homing beacon's been planted. You should
Wait,
be getting
hold on, I
your
just
own
realized,
strong
was he
blade.
inside his
He was
bank
inside
waiting?
his own vault. Yes. Just waiting
Why?
for
What the
us.
fuck was he doing in there?
Waiting for us.
For how many days?
As long as it took, I guess. He probably had like the gaming setup and everything.
Jarvis, have my gaming PC moved inside the vault.
We'll wait till she comes to us. Make sure I have pizza rolls as well. The ISB has only the best snack foods. Fuck am I supposed to?
What have you got next?
Gotta blow
Oh yeah,
this thing
you
apart?
gotta blow it up. Yeah, they don't use that mechanic very often, but yeah. I think we've found that kind of wall like 3 times in the whole game, counting that one.
Okay. You're gonna want to.
Yeah, it's really
Oh,
weird when
Zarek
it comes
Dash is
up
empty in the casino.
because there's not really any
They're
notification
just
of it.
walking out the front door. Hey, it was a good plan.
They want to fight? We'll give them a fight.
Well, it's nice one of us is excited about this.
I feel like literally killing that guy would have been the best thing possible for us though, because it would have made a power vacuum in Zarek Besh and then they would have fallen apart.
Why not have like 500 bombs in the vault to blast K to hell? Also valid?
Yeah, also, if you know that she's gonna go there, just trade out your money for bombs.
Yeah, why bring it yourself? And just like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. You could have had an army of death troopers in there, like presumably, but you decided to show up with you and an assassin and 2
Let's
droids.
open those generator panels.
Yeah, two fucking just dudes.
Or 3, whatever. An inconsequential number of support.
I still think the bomb idea is just better. You don't even need to be there.
Yeah, and he could have easily moved his safe somewhere else. His safe is small and dinky. It could be anywhere. Why is his vault so big for his small-ass safe?
Yeah, how is this all his money right here?
Space condensing.
Then why the big vault if you're condensing? You would do better having a small vault because then no one would know.
He plans on filling that vault with 500 of those condensed safes. 500,000, I mean.
Go! Hey, I've opened the generator. Blast them.
What the?
Don't forget about the smoke. Our smoke concusses now.
Oh yeah, he's got smoke too.
It was quicker on the draw than you.
He heard you and he was like, smoke? I can do that.
If my money could... If my money was in that small of a vault and it could go anywhere, I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
How?
I might have that shit under my doormat. To be completely honest
That's what
with
I'm
you.
saying. Like, you could have put it anywhere. You could have had those little credit card machines and put it in the wall.
I would have put some decoys in the big-ass vault, and I would have had my vault damn near in plain sight under the doormat.
Like, that big-ass vault would have been the troll vault. It's not an actual vault. I don't know, the way that we just like went in and it kind of just went off without a hitch was like so unreal.
That's because his dumbass showed up. Also, kinda insane how, like, his Boba Fett is somebody who doesn't like him. And he's very mean to. And he decided to pull up basically with only her to protect him.
I guess he trusted. I don't know. He's just that much of a narcissist.
Maybe.
Like, the ISB is so cool and epic.
Comically narcissistic.
Tons of money. Yeah.
Hello, Nut. Yeah, we're in the exit of the big heist. Where you missed quite a bit, and we are talking about how goofy it was. At this point, like, since we're just doing shit, we should just have one more Vader cameo. Like, just why not? Just fucking throw it in here. It makes no sense.
I don't think that'll make the game better.
Yeah, it will. More Vader, dude.
I mean, if he chokes out that fucking Zero to death.
Vader should just walk through the front door. I was told there would be corn dogs. What the hell is going on? And then everybody laughs and points.
Now, one barrier left. And more reinforcements on the way.
I would be
and then he force pulls
final cameo.
He force pulls the safe towards him, but in that moment, Kay screams and goes to motion to pull it back, and she realizes that she is force sensitive, and she overpowers Darth Vader and yanks the safe out from his grasp.
And then Nyx rises suddenly.
Yeah. Oh my god. And then the Nyx heel turn. Yeah. So they're having like a beam struggle. Vader and Kay pulling the safe back and forth between them, and then Nyx stands up on 2 feet, and then he just yanks it from them both.
And and then he obviously is gonna say his signature line.
Of course.
That everybody knows.
Everybody knows it's iconic.
And then everyone, when they hear him, his beautiful ass voice, they just explode.
Where's our hall?
This.
What did you expect?
This is better. A grenade.
Imperial clearance codes, operational planning.
Oh my
Basic
god, it's
ethics.
some stupid
It was a
rebel shit.
fucking rep. There was no
Collection
money.
of blackmail on almost every ranking officer in the Empire.
There was no money.
Files his ISB friends have no idea.
With this information, we can make the money back tenfold. Kill yourself.
Hey, you said the rebellion gets access and nobody gets hurt.
Is there anyone in here not stabbing me in the back?
He got stun shot.
Sliro
It's okay.
spent millions of ISB cash on Zarek Besh. He wanted to use underworld networks to hunt the Rebel Alliance. He failed, but somehow still managed to build one of the most powerful syndicates in the galaxy.
You want Zarek Bash?
I have the Codex. I have Asara's Rebel Network. Unlike Sliro, I'll give the Empire everything they ever wanted.
And then Cal shows up to help too.
What's your deal with Sliro?
Oh my god.
Just tipping the scales, Kay.
He'll be free to go once he has Zarek Bash. No more death mark. That's the deal.
And Asara? Okay. Deal's changed.
ND5.
Hey, come on!
You didn't keep your eyes on the score, kiddo.
It's not me, Kay.
I don't know how he has emotion. It's very weird.
Okay, frozen.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. She's got like cave drawings on her wall.
Yeah, I guess how I'm thinking it works is that Indy is sentient up until he decides he might want to do something outside of his programming, and then it kicks on. It's not constant.
Hey, Bran.
Which is weird. That is, he's not actually just an emotionless husk.
Because
that
he's just a
recites-
hunter robot. You would think that he was just built for that.
I don't really do speeches, but here we are. Truth is, we both know you're not cut out for this kind of life. And this, it's all I am. Stick with me, you're gonna get yourself killed. You're a good kid, Kay. Just remember, in this galaxy, you can't trust someone's always gonna be...
You can keep the room until you get things all figured out.
I'm good. Just for a few days.
That's what you need?
The Sept droids were programmed with simulated, almost indistinguishable emotion, and they would often gain sentience, like Lone Wolf said. Well, it's Star Wars
I guess
lore.
there is a thing as well where droids, if they don't get wiped, they can kind of become sentient in a way.
Where are we?
Here, we're gonna see the other Darth Vader cameo.
Okay. Do you think you'll fit in there?
How did you find me?
Rico.
We took our shuttle and came as fast as we could. And now that we got you, we can get out of here.
Thanks, both of you, but I'm not going anywhere. ND is still under Jalen's control.
He was Jalen's enforcer long before we came into the picture.
And without him, you'd be locked up in some Imperial lab. And you'd be a prisoner on Kijimi. Yeah, we lost. But ND is the only one that can't walk away. Take this and stay out of sight. Hank, wanna plant some surprises?
You find him, ram this in the restraining bolt, and ND5 is free.
And now you and I find the bridge.
What about the army of bucketheads surrounding us?
Get moving, scum!
Easy.
Oh, Stormtrooper gameplay, awesome.
You stick close to me. I've got the blaster.
My vision's way too good though, so I don't know.
Look like we're lost.
Not very accurate.
Where the turbo lives.
How am I supposed to know? I was never assigned to a Star Destroyer.
BRB.
Nothing here.
All clear on this side. Over.
So your plan's just to walk up to ND5 with the Freedom Spike?
It should strip that restraining bolt off, right?
Unless it malfunctions. Or you can't get close enough. What if he recognizes your walk?
I get blasted.
So glad we worked this out.
Nothing ever happens in this.
Rhodian scum.
Very original.
Damn, just straight Stormtrooper racism, what the fuck?
Understood, sir. No one's getting by me.
All quiet over here.
You can get a really close look of the ties in the Kazanti hangar.
Trooper, where are you taking this prisoner?
Just, standard transfer, sir.
There's no transfer on the schedule. In fact, I don't even see a record of this prisoner.
Tell the truth. What kind of choice is this? Telling the truth is a good thing to do, guys. I'm gonna be morally right.
You wouldn't, sir. Command wants to keep it quiet. This scum is a defector from Akiva. He was caught leaking classified Viper droid technology to the rebels.
A traitor, huh? I should execute you myself.
I mean, it's kind of the
Yeah,
truth,
he
but
deserves it, but they want to torture him and all that, sir. Really make him suffer.
Fine. Proceed, Trooper.
Nice job.
It's just like dealing with the Kanto police.
There's a control room.
Can you access the ship's terminal? We need to find ND5.
Sure. How are we going to clear it out?
I got it. Stay out of sight for a second.
Need another patrol in Sector 6. Over.
Okay, the camera. Can you shut it down?
I'm on it.
Okay, no one's watching.
There's still gonna be an officer in there.
There you go.
I'll take care of them.
Yo, what's this? Did you switch sides? Are you tired of Kay?
Assigned escort duty and the VIP's shuttle has already docked.
Oh yeah, Kay's gone.
Give this ship a
We've
You killed her?
completely
Come in
swapped
at
over.
TK 454.
Yeah, they. Well, you'll see.
Getting good at this though.
Okay, you're Kay.
Kind of scary, actually.
Just bring up
Unfortunately, I'm still Kay.
Stay to core.
Anyway,
There's only one person that punches people like that.
You're not going to like this.
In the face.
Zero. What is he doing here?
It says he's been called in for a conference.
How much you want to bet Jalen and ND5 are gonna be there? If I can get there in time, I can join
Look
his
at that.
escort.
That is a terrible idea.
I'm a stormtrooper, Gadig. To Sliro, I'm invisible.
Unlocking the door. Get to that turbo lift before it leaves.
I got a power walk. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sliro?
You should trip him.
You've been relieved, Trooper. What?
I didn't hear anything. Stop wasting my time. You've been relieved of your post. Now move. Of course, sir. I'm leaving. I've never seen such a disorganized ship. That's always how things are run.
Afraid so, sir.
Disgraceful. I despair for the state of the Imperial fleet. The gall, the sheer audacity of it. To think anyone would dare summon me from halfway across the Empire? This better be of paramount importance, or someone is going to suffer.
Yes, Director.
Bro, you lost all your gear. What are you confused about right now? I think we're about to see Vader just straight execute him or something. Yeah. He's dead as fuck.
There has been a security breach.
Vader can execute through the fucking hollow? That's crazy.
Yeah,
with critical Imperial intelligence.
He's fucked.
You have outlived your usefulness to the Emperor.
Jalen.
The Empire accepts your terms, Jalen Rex.
Nice cape. Let me guess, the fur was your idea.
Coordinates to the rebel base.
Set course for Akiva, friend.
The terms.
Lord Vader drives a hard bargain. In exchange for the Akivan rebels, and the return of some very sensitive information. You really haven't figured it out yet.
The terms, Jalen.
The Empire is giving me Zarek Besh. And you.
You told him.
That we're brothers? Felt like a detail.
You've no idea what you've done.
I know exactly what I've done. The Clone Wars were over. Our factories were set to build thousands of destroyers for the Imperial fleet. We would have been the richest family on Corellia.
I did what I had to do.
You accused us of plotting against the Emperor, and for what? A promotion? We had everything, Sliro.
You had everything. I was your father's mistake.
You had a place at the table.
I had scraps. And you
Sliro's
never let
the good
me
guy?
forget for 1 second that you were the favorite. I was the heir!
But we were family. Now, you owe me an empire. So I'm taking yours. You remember ND5?
Don't remember that scar on his chest.
Who you sent to hunt down and kill every last Barsha.
You always did.
I really thought I'd feel something.
So much for tipping the scales, huh? All this.
Okay,
for
okay,
some
you're
revenge on
stop
your brother?
talking. Freedom Spike. Freedom Spike.
Okay. No one hurts you like family. If you're here for the Codex,
I'm here for Andy. And him.
Freedom
I guess.
Spike.
Then save him.
you're kidding. Well then, come and get them.
Run!
I'm here for Indy. Runs away from Indy.
Gadik,
I don't know
things
what's
went real bad.
happening.
ND5 saw me, and now he's trying to
That
kill
was the
me.
cleanest slide into an event I've ever seen.
No,
Gadik problem. So the
Oh,
the
hey.
robot that's brainwashed and wants to kill me is brainwashed and wants to kill me.
Hey Andy, he actually shot me. What the fuck?
Andy, can you believe that he's shooting at me right now? I'm literally running through the Star Destroyer. He's on my ass. It wasn't supposed to turn out like this.
Uh-oh. This will be awkward if he catches up to me and murders me.
I thought that she was maybe gonna like lead him to Gadik and Gadik was gonna freedom spike him, but I'm totally lost. She wasn't planning for this.
I don't understand what her fucking plan was. Why did she do that?
As long as your spike works, I still got one more chance.
Wait, we missed?
All
No.
she had to do was slowly close the distance while they were talking
You don't
and
get it.
freedom
I
spike
don't
the
want
bot
to
in the
start
middle
over.
of the
I want
conversation.
my crew.
Yeah, pretty much while they were monologuing, she could have like just gone up behind him and freedom spiked. That would have been funny too. And like been a twist because it's like, oh. And then you guys should really just shut up because I have ND5 now. I guess it's not as climactic though. Still, I don't care. This is just stupid.
According to the ship's plans, you're looking at the primary and secondary power cores for the deflector shields.
Well, how much power are we talking? There's gotta be enough to stun a BX droid, right?
ND5's components are shielded, but it's enough to stop him at least.
Tell me how.
You need to cycle up both cores. They will trigger an emergency discharge through the central emitter.
I think I was muted, but I was saying the with like the key art of the game having ND and K like walking off, I think this is supposed to be her crew's origin story, but I don't think they're getting another game.
Yeah, like I feel like this game is good setup for a second game, but that's never gonna happen because of just the reception around this game being so bad.
Now I can only hope ND5 doesn't finish the job before I get there.
It's a little disappointing because I feel like a second game of this could have, you know, pulled everything that they did good together here and like made something, you know, even better. But
It could have been a 7.
No shot that's actually happening.
It could have been another
There's the
7
emitter.
with a
Looks like
chance
we
of
just set up
being
a
an
trap
8.
From the console.
Yeah.
Just like this game.
Nothing happened. Something's interfering with the cores.
I don't even got Nyx right now.
When has poor reception stopped them?
Fire it up. You want as much power as you can get.
It's not even about reception. It's about like money.
Yeah, reception as in sales.
I don't even know if they've made their money back from all this shit.
Locked out. Maybe I can...
Oh hey.
ND boss fight.
I find you.
Yeah, ND hasn't really done a whole lot in this game, has he? Thought he'd be way more important. Yeah, I thought so too. He's the second character on the artwork. The artwork goes hard as fuck. They're walking off. They got the briefcase, hold as fuck. I thought he was gonna be in there. And he just kind of sat on the ship. And I mean, he pulled through in clutch situations, yeah. You know, but it always had the same energy.
Like once or twice.
Yeah, it happened like twice, and it had the same energy of like your mom isn't.
Hey, don't execute me, man.
Oh, you're dead. You don't even get to see. All right, whatever. Anyways, it has the same energy of like before you had a car. Your mom wasn't gonna pick you up from everywhere, but if you called her sometimes and told her like you didn't have any way to get home really badly, then she would come pick you up. That's how it feels when ND came through.
Pretty much.
There you are. I know you're here.
Go away.
I told you I'd find you.
You big meanie.
It honestly seems like it's impossible to write a good Star Wars story these days. I don't know, man. I don't get it. It's like people get the IP for something big and they just get a writing debuff. Like, it's not that hard. I don't get it. I don't get how you fumble this hard.
You can't stop me.
Yeah, I think it's got to do with like grandiosity or something. It's like just you can do shit that's small that still has like weight to it in its own way.
No. Fuck no, Fat.
Not everything has to be
They
this
gotta go to
fucking-
Tatooine. There needs to be a Darth Vader cameo. We have to hit the same beats.
Yo, he is
God
on me
damn.
right now. What the fuck? He's on me so hard.
Get your ass in there.
Holy shit.
You're trying to overload the deflector cores. Why?
The thing I feel like...
Just trying to scramble your sensors.
You are lying, Kay.
I'm just trying to save us both.
Kay, you shouldn't have come. You know I can't fight Jalen's orders.
Come on, ND. I had to try.
Now your death will be on my conscience. This only ends one way. Jalen has won.
ND, I know you don't want to do this.
What I want has not mattered for a long time.
You're still talking to me. That means you can fight it.
The bolt doesn't work that way, Kay. The bolt is absolute.
Okay, I can hear blaster fire, and that means you're close. And so is the end.
I feel like this relationship with ND is not won yet. Like the game, it just didn't feel earned.
No, it doesn't.
I feel like they tried a little bit, but it just was not nearly enough. He like wasn't on a lot of the missions, you know. Like he just
If Nyx was a
there.
robot, I would do all this for Nyx.
Yeah, this is a Nyx thing. Like Nyx is real as fuck.
You're more than just a battle droid.
Kay, if you believe that, you're fooling yourself.
This feels like Kay and ND have been traveling the star system doing bounty hunter tasks for like 5 years, and she's borderline in love. I don't know why she's doing this.
Yeah, this.
I mean,
this is like she's like in love at this point, man.
This is a. I mean, yeah. I don't. It doesn't feel. It doesn't feel earned, like you were saying. And also, I got the impression from her that she wasn't the most well prepared. She was never the most methodical, but in the moment she had this sort of the street smarts, the street instinct to do what was necessary. And what was in that situation was what we were talking about, which was do what you needed to do while the bad guys were monologuing. But then she just ran away and was like, I have no plan, Gadik saved me.
I feel like this, what do you think, like, made them do all this?
I think the writers at this point had the idea that the relationship with Indy 5 would be stronger. You know, and I feel like
yeah, it's like
comic
they drew like a through point and they just like assumed it was gonna be a certain thing. Like this was
like,
the ending they had in mind, but they didn't know how they were gonna get there.
Yeah, overall, this whole game is not about the heist. This whole game is about setting up Kay's squad's origin story. You have the Grunglin thing, you have Gadik, you have Indy, you have Nyx, you have the assassin who, you know, hated her but not really and is on her team. And it's simply about assembling the party for the next game.
Yeah, I'm doing it in an interesting way. What the? Okay. What do they want me to do there? He's on my ass.
There you are.
Lord Farquaad wants herself a real doll husband. I mean, it's something about a guy in a trench coat, am I right?
Get out of here, Kay.
A trench coat with no pants, just like Indy. I believe they call those streakers, but he's a robot, so he doesn't get that classification.
It's cool when he does it.
I will find you eventually.
He's also like a hunter robot. Shouldn't he have like thermal vision to just see me? Or something?
Get this guy out of the writer's room. He's fucking on our suspense. Shut the fuck up, Fat.
I'm sorry. I'm just not buying this shit, man.
Gadik, I fired up the second core. Too much interference. Gotta lure him to the middle.
Okay, where do I go from here? Where do I go? Yo, I'm gonna die. There's nothing I can do.
You win. I won't fight anymore. But I know.
What was I supposed to do?
You win. I won't fight anymore. Lays on your back. What the fuck?
That was getting weird. I guess I could have Dark Souls rolled more. It's my bad.
Take me, Indy.
Right here.
Fighting won't work. You have to run.
Hit the computer button. You've got them opened. Yeah, whatever that means. Do that.
What is the computer button?
Okay. Enemy in sights.
This is just a very weird section because they take away like Nyx and all those mechanics, and
I know you're here.
this is like a different thing right now. I don't have my gun.
You're
I
a
don't have
trooper.
Nyx.
Troopers don't carry around fucking little dogs and smoke bombs.
Too much interference. Gotta lure him
Yes.
The core pipes are already open, they are saying. Damn!
Oh my fucking god.
Oh.
We're gonna Dark Souls roll this shit.
No, you're getting fucked on.
Here I am. You win. I won't fight anymore. but I know this isn't you. It's Jalen.
I told you to run.
Oh, we did it!
Oh my god, 1
The
HP.
Dark Souls roll made it. Now I'm freedom spiking his ass.
I'm sorry, Kay.
Nick, shoot him!
Me too. Andy?
Kay!
He's not dead from that, relax.
I didn't think you had it in you.
Hey, he's a robot. Good.
You shot my robot in the chest? I bet he's
They
dead.
made those BX units tough. Blast her.
No.
Bar.
Not bad.
Let me throw my hostage out of the way before I take
I'll
this
take
shot.
this.
Never better.
Good. Because I can't breathe in this thing.
I'm gonna thank you, Kay. But I'm not going to apologize. I did what I had to do.
I never
Fucking
asked
can't
Asara.
stand this
Look,
guy.
the Codex can save a lot of lives. You took on the most powerful force in the galaxy to save a friend. I'm just trying to save mine.
Press it, Nix!
Good question, or are you in the middle of something?
We are streaming the end of Outlaws at the
Can you
moment.
hear me?
Wait, Outlaws?
Yeah.
I've got Asara and ND5 here, and we could really use that turbo lift.
We've been talking about how it is for about 20 hours now. You want the long or the short?
Goddamn. Goddamn. Everything I'm seeing is just like, nah, I'm good. But I need an insider scoop.
The insider scoop is Star Wars Outlaws is a 6.8 out of 10.
6.8.
Yeah.
Point
Something like that.
real winner right there. Goddamn. Alright, go on
How do I-
another time.
Indeed, 5, I should say.
And there's the stormtroopers.
This is a target-rich environment.
Target in sight.
Bro, get out of my face.
The freedom spike was pointless. Okay, yeah, hold on. What happened here? Let me break this down. So
I don't understand what the
she
freedom
was gonna
spike
freedom
didn't
spike
work,
him.
right?
She was gonna freedom spike him. He woke up and stopped her. Okay, cool. Nyx dropped her the gun, so she said, "All right, fuck it. I need to kill him. I can't freedom spike him now." So she shot him and thought she killed him, and then he either freedom spiked himself or just broke the
What
freedom
was that
spike
that
and
he,
said, "I'm
like-
like that."
Okay, I'm good.
What was that he
Or was it the
crushed, right?
tracker? Was that the tracker that the mom put on her to find her? Did he crush the tracker? Where's the freedom spike?
I think she tried to use it and it just like he grabbed her arm and didn't let her.
Yeah, and I don't think we saw it again. I think the thing he crushed was a tracker. It was cylindrical. It wasn't the spike.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to like go back and rewatch that because that was really confusing. Whoa, what the hell just slapped me?
He grabbed her arm and she dropped it. Right. Was it ever picked up again? Was it just there? Was the freedom spike not needed?
There's no way
Did
the
he-
robot can freedom spike himself.
I think he just broke through by the power of friendship.
Yeah. That's how it kind of felt to me too. By the way, they took away all my blaster mods. I can only do the main number one.
What?
Yeah.
That is so fucking whack. And at the end of the game, where you're supposed to be using all the shit that you grinded for, you can't. Are you dead? Are you dead? No, you can't. That's crazy. I didn't believe him, so I just started pressing 1 and 3 on there. Hold on. No, I gotta point this out. This is crazy. Hold on. Let me put my popcorn out of the way. This is real as fuck. Okay. Remember when I said it would be really cool if the heist goes sideways or something, and there's a final act of the game where they open up another planet, and this planet is built with the player being able to have like the full arsenal. So they build the levels to be like really intricate and a lot of ways for you to do them, because you could have unlocked a lot of gear and stuff like that by that point. They've done the opposite.
They did like the opposite.
They did the exact opposite. So there is none of that. In fact, they took everything that you got and leveled up away.
Yeah, and it started with the ND stuff, because I was saying how like, oh yeah, I couldn't do anything. I didn't have my gun. I didn't even have nicks or anything for that whole section. Ow, motherfucker. But yeah, they literally just took everything that the game had and just... I don't know why you would do that.
Honestly, it started out strong. I thought so too. I thought it started out relatively strong. And yeah, it just... They lost steam. They didn't bring it together. They didn't bring it together. I don't know what the vision was. I guess the vision was the same thing all the way up until the end where they botched the story. Dying Light 2 Thunder boss fight, awesome mission. You know, the skills and things you grinded for, well, who cares? Yeah, I hate those kinds of finales. I hate those kinds of finales. That's like the game being like, we're scared to design a boss because we don't know the things that you unlocked and we don't want to make it too hard. So we're just gonna make you baseline and build a boss fight for that.
This is crazy though. Because I have to fucking clear these guys and I can't break their shields.
Smoke bomb stuns.
I don't have smoke bombs.
Oh, nice. Yeah, fuck you. Why would you have a smoke bomb, dumbass? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you have smoke bombs? Why would you even think that?
Do I have smoke bomb? Okay, I do.
Bomb.
I do have smoke bomb. Sweet.
I've been trying to get you to smoke bomb all game to no avail.
I'm sorry, I just don't know how to do that.
After the buff, yeah, after the buff. Before the buff, Atom Smasher was really, really bad. But after the buff, yeah, the fight's acceptable. I've only seen it, no, mind you, I've only seen it played out with like one build. So I can't say exactly, like I haven't seen it played with like a hacker versus a blade versus, you know, all this kind of stuff. But from what I saw, big overhaul, solid fight.
All right, I'm good.
They made him an actual threat.
Yeah, Atom Smasher 2.0 boss fight is different. Haven was stuck on the final boss of Cyberpunk for like a couple hours, actually.
Dang. I kind of want to see it now.
Yeah, Smasher's a bit different. B for Blade won in the end. Actually, it was SB for Silver Blade. BRB.
K, ND5, Asada, I can't believe you pulled this off.
Yeah. Can we please just get out of here? They're not gonna run out of stormtroopers. We gotta go.
too many
Okay,
of them.
this
We
is-
gotta get back to the
Yep,
Trailblazer.
we out. What the fuck?
Okay, Yank. Anytime now.
Alright, I'm back.
Nice.
Jackie says, Atom Smasher is updated in 2077, adapts to your build, so you're always going to have a challenging fight and that you can't just meme through. Yeah, that's awesome, actually, and it makes sense because he's cracked and he would have systems to scan
He's
you and be able to
adaptable.
adapt.
Exactly.
ND, fire up the hyperdrive.
Kivo base, do you read? Kivo base, respond.
Oh
David,
no,
we
don't
need to
make us
evacuate.
do the space combat, please. They're gonna make us do space combat.
Sarah, you're breaking up. Say it again. The Empire knows where you are. Can you hear me?
Diverting power to deflectors.
Deflectors.
God
Are you
damn it.
serious?
We're gonna save your friends. You know, I fuck with
I
the
actually
cheat.
don't care about this guy. He fucked
Look,
us over
I fuck-
twice.
I fuck heavy with the cheesy friendship, found family narrative, okay? But again, it just doesn't feel earned here.
Yeah, I like it too, but it's just, this ain't it. This is not it right now. Okay. That scene went on way too long.
I'm reading 3 battle squadrons.
Oh, I'm so glad you're doing this. Holy shit.
Hey, do you want to swap in? Tag in right now?
That's it for our shield.
Please?
What's that, chat? You guys want to open up a private Minecraft server? Yeah, I got Pocket Craft on my phone. I can do that.
Aren't you the Ace Combat guy? This is like your thing, right? You like flying.
Ace Combat implies aerial combat, which is not space combat, which is a completely different area of expertise.
Why isn't this working?
And what makes you think I'm
Try to boost the signal.
an expert in any of this?
I think you have more hours in a TIE fighter than me, if I'm correct.
In a TIE fighter?
I hear you.
Yeah. You even have a VR headset with the VR Star Wars flying game.
I was hoping you wouldn't mention that, but yeah, I do.
I never forget.
do. Well, I haven't beat that game for reasons. Jesus Christ. We haven't upgraded the ship at all, dude. What am I supposed to do? No.
I can't
Fight
get through
back.
to the base. They gotta have a jammer.
Swole Benji's X-Rang all the diamonds. Alright, ban him. Get him out of the Minecraft server. He's fucking, he's X-Rang on a casual Minecraft server. Get him out of here.
Destroy it.
I hear you.
Focus fire on enemy weak points.
They are ripping you apart.
Our ship is just not built for anything, man. We have no shields, we got no guns.
God damn.
We don't got jack. I'm just trying to survive right now.
You got your shields back. What you just did was good. You recovered. Nice. Here, I'll press V for you. This thing scans.
TIE fighters nearby.
Thank you.
Jammer activated.
I need my repairs back, though. Oh, I'm not getting anywhere.
This is tough. This is tough shit. And we
I
had
just
the
gotta
money.
keep moving
We
right
had the
now.
money to like beef this ship out. We just never wanted to.
Yeah, there wasn't really a need until this very moment, which I guess I should have expected they would try to make us do this at the end of the game. But this isn't, I don't know.
Nicely done.
Got the repairs back too.
It'll get easier. It'll get easier. Damn, this thing is tanky.
There we go.
Nice, you held
Holy
out.
shit. Just barely.
I've lost control. Why have I lost control?
We're locked in the tractor beam.
Oh, so we're dead.
Sorry, acknowledge.
Ben, did you get out?
You consider that? Okay, not bad.
But not enough.
What now?
Someone's answered the distress beacon.
The Ashiga have answered your call.
Yo!
Yo!
It's because there are max, I bet.
Yeah.
Which is...
The Codex. We will take it.
Huh?
Deal.
Tell your rebel friends that we are allies. For today.
You know what? I feel so much better having the Rebels be allies with the Ashiga than the Crimson Dawn. The Crimson Dawn would want to fuck the Rebels over.
Can you imagine them working with the Huts too, or like the Pikes of all things? If the if fucking Gorak came up over the hollow screen.
Yo, if Gorak popped up, I would be howling. That shit would be hilarious.
I hear you. We need to find a way to stop it. Can we even hurt that thing?
Not with those shields. Kay, you need to destroy the shield generators.
My community opened up a Minecraft server after being requested for like a year, and one scrub exploited to do basically everything in a single day. Yeah, we've had that happen as well. People are just cringe like that, you know. They'll just X-ray, and some people will be stealthy about it. They'll X-ray to find people's bases, and then just be like, "Oh, well, I know where your base is," you know, and like you can't prove that they X-rayed it or anything like that. Yeah,
But it's obvious to everybody that they did.
Yeah, it's like there's no way you would have been able to find this base in this random ass location that has a 1x1 secret opening under this random ass mountain
Ashiga Headhunter.
in 2 days.
How's your new queen doing on Kijimi?
There is There is just Queen Ashiga.
There is no new queen. I swear this game doesn't want to like recognize that we didn't do the coup.
Shields are down. The reactor is vulnerable.
Got it. Signal our friends that we're starting our attack.
Oh, by the way, after you guys were talking about the Minecraft movie yesterday, I went and searched it up. I saw the Minecraft movie trailer.
Yeah, I
That's all there really is
Oh
to say
yeah,
about
that
it.
shit looks hot. I love
That shit
that.
looks hot, yeah. If you guys want to meet up and watch the Minecraft movie, let me know. We'll, this is a one-in-a-lifetime event.
Turbo laser neutralized. Nice shooting.
No, please, please, I don't want to restart this section. No. No.
Oh, I thought you guys saved by the cutscene. Eliminate. It's okay. You'll be. You won't have to restart the whole thing.
I hope.
We here to watch the Minecraft movie?
Hell yes. Thank you for
Sorry,
pulling
I
up.
Fortunately,
I
it's
heard
not
Minecraft movie was
yet.
coming out. Like, a copy of it or something. I was so excited.
Jamming.
Trailblazer, this Imperial hive is formidable. We must neutralize the Queen.
Yeah, I took care of that. Now it's just the rest.
Haven cameo. Yeah, we got 2 Darth Vader cameos and a Haven cameo. This is amazing. 10 out of 10.
Best game ever.
Picking up internal explosions.
It sounds like
and
you
a
guys
chain
have
reaction in the Revelator's ion drives.
Hell yeah.
Never thought I'd see this.
Me neither.
Let's get out of here.
We did it, guys. That was it. That was the Outlaws. That was the best Outlaws of time.
Look, I'm just saying. What I've pulled from the Codex, Jalen was right. We can't tip the scales against the Empire.
Oh, you're serious?
We got lucky.
Taking out the Star Destroyer for no money is lucky?
We could use you, Kay.
I think I'm done being used. Just be careful out there, Sarah.
What about you?
Banki danko. Ventamino luna de tabola, chinuma. Titokitas legaton.
That's too bad. I think I got the job. Lots of droids and casinos.
Troy ubakava pagwa.
And safes to blow to pieces.
Okay, uganolea.
You two have fun. But I'll bail you out when you mess it up. I figure I owe you one.
So are you picking up their tab, or am I? You still want your room?
Just keep the lights on, Bram.
As long as you need.
Was wondering when you
Oh
show
yeah, she
up.
kind of just
Just here for
disappeared.
my 20%? 10. But how about something better? I thought the Codex was lost in battle. To everyone else. I figure there's enough secrets in there for someone to start their own business. Just don't forget me when you rule the underworld.
Poor Shiga clan.
Could use a partner.
They ain't getting no codex.
But hey, I'm easy enough to track down, right?
So, where do we go next?
Anywhere we want, Andy.
Okay, but I need to like know a location.
setting a course for deep space.
Edge of galaxy.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, that happened. That happened. What do we even say right now? What do we do?
I don't know. That was a lot to get hit with at the very end, and a lot of it felt rushed, incomplete. Kind of like they were saving this for the end, and they didn't actually like have time to finish it.
Do we pull up the indie thing and look at that again?
Yeah, I'm really curious to know what happened there because I am completely lost.
1 second. I'm gonna open up the recording. Let's take a look here. Okay. Let's just figure out what the fuck happened. Let's figure out what just transpired. I gotta go back. Maybe a little too far back. This recording's chugging a bit because it is big. Okay, here we go. Is there an after credit scene? Good question. It would appear so. Let's check this out.
This is where you see Evil K.
Darth K.
The best slicer in the galaxy, caught for using March credits. Jalen Brax was clever, wasn't he?
I see you read my file.
Was I right? No.
10 crews in 9 years. No home, no family, and absolutely no attachments. Except for one. You have any idea what this is?
Cheap bet at the father track?
A tracker. A strong one, too. Custom build. I'd say at least 10 years old. Whoever built this wanted to know exactly where their mark was at all times. Makes sense. You can't trust someone's always gonna be there. But that's what makes it matter when they are.
Not bad. For an Imperial.
I'd say this one needs a bit more time to think about what she's done. On me, Trooper.
Well, that was a boring after credits.
Okay.
I mean, I thought that was okay.
Yeah, so she sleight of handed the thing with the spike. They traded.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's like some kind of thing to like get her out of whatever cuffs
Okay,
or
right.
whatever. It was like the key.
All right.
So
anyways, back
let's
to
see the ND thing.
Okay, freedom spike and right hand. No.
Stopped. No freedom
Dropped.
spike, and then it
It's
like
not in her
falls
hand.
on
It's
the
gone.
floor?
Yeah, I don't hear it fall or anything, but it's gone, presumably.
I'm sorry, Kay.
So we just shoot him instead. Maybe did she shoot something like the restraining bolt?
Or the fuck can you do that? No, that doesn't make any sense. If you could just shoot the
shot it?
restraining bolt off, she would have done that already. No way.
I think you had it in you.
She shot the bolt off. Okay.
No way.
So you don't need this. So you don't need the spike. You
didn't
can
need
just
the freedom spike at all.
She could have just freed him at any point in the story.
They made those BX units tough. Blast her.
No.
No.
Yeah, I guess she shot the restraining bolt.
God damn it, you're making me so mad, I'm gonna throw away my collateral.
Wow, I didn't expect that to happen.
Fuck, that's why I had the body shield. Fuck.
Not bad. I'll take this.
ND is a Jedi who mind tricked him into letting go of the hostage. That's what happened.
okay?
Right? That was convenient, holy shit.
Good. Cause I can't breathe in this thing.
I'm gonna thank you, Kay.
These BX units are tough. Tries to shoot the thing that he called tough. I guess he didn't have much faith in the construction. Credits are still going. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I feel like it was a decent... The game had a decent start, but it just got sloppy towards the end.
Yeah, story-wise, yeah, I was getting a bit bored with the stealthing and the combat.
I got so
would
bored
say
with the stealthing because, like, I completely gave up on it. Like...
And the combat. And the combat,
The
too.
combat was, like, okay. I felt like it was better than the stealth thing, but it did get old.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it did kind of run its course by halfway through the game.
The combat just kind of felt like an aim trainer, because the cover wasn't sticky, so not everything is cover. You could be up against something and it's just not cover, so it was sometimes kind of annoying trying to rely on environment to get into a gunfight. Ultimately, it really just turned into for me, go to 3 power weapon and then charge and shoot them in the head, and then constantly spam 2 and 3 to swap between it because I get a damage increase for spamming my keys and increasing my APM arbitrarily. So just constantly cycling weapons and shooting their head off until I unlocked the bigger shot, and then shoot their head off even harder. So yeah, it was yeah, it got pretty boring. Got pretty boring combat-wise. It fell off. Level design felt
That
pretty
was
damn
like the
good
best
early
part
on.
about the game. I feel like even towards the end, like the level design was still half decent.
Do you mean level design or environmental design?
Both. Like,
Well, I thought that the level design fell off towards the later half.
you think so?
Yeah.
I think there was less options, maybe, for like routes you could take. To like finish a problem you were having.
Yeah, I mean, like, imagine that ship that we went in the beginning, right? You could have you stuck around the right side. You could have went through the middle, through the shipyard. You could have went up top, do the little jumpy thing, but there was that hazard there that got me the first time. I was mad, but I respected it, you know? And then there's a shimmy across this thing. And then compare that to the end there with that one stealth section, where the objectively obvious way to go is around the right, under the vents, and like there's just one way to do it, really. I mean, you could go through all of the guys, but that's stupid and illogical. Whereas all of the options in that one area that we were impressed with felt viable. But to varying difficulties, of course, but that area was tight. Again, working our way back to a level that we had already been through in the beginning. I was never excited to go back to that place because we had already done it, and they're saying you're gonna do it again, but this time we're gonna spawn more guys. Oh, fucking goody, the heist of the century. Oh, and then hold up, not done. We gotta pull this up. Heist of the century climax. We gotta go back.
Oh yeah, the vault.
It's time to split up.
This is after the. Yeah, it's after. I gotta go back more. I was kind of in and out around here. You'll have to tell me if I skipped it. I don't think I did here.
You open the right vault.
Okay, right here. Arrow key forward.
It's a little bit ahead.
Alright.
I was here and then I died and then I swapped gear.
Alright, skipping. Okay. Back. So, blow that shit open.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 people. Slayer doesn't have a weapon of his own.
Yeah.
So technically
5.
there's just 5 people.
And how many do we have? We've got, what, 4 here? So almost, he brought almost even
But we
numbers.
also already killed like an army of his dudes to get here.
Yes,
Thank you.
we did. I have to thank
Never
you.
had a chance to claim my own death mark.
Come and get it.
Fail. Blaster.
He didn't need to be here. Why was he here for this? Why was he here?
It's the Imperial Officer role to show off to your enemies before you annihilate them.
Yeah, unfortunately, he treats his assassin like shit, and she is also his enemy.
Is this a joke?
Hilarious, isn't it? 20%. 10.
I'll take everything you have.
It's yours. 15. Done.
Do you really think you can get away with this?
Ank? Anytime now.
How could you know us, dude?
Your lives are over. Your family, friends, gone. There's nowhere in the galaxy you can hide from the ISB.
And then she just doesn't kill him because he has to be killed by Jalen later.
I can get there.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot to unpack.
You coming?
and that is what we will do.
Is about to come down on you.
I have no more words. We have discussed enough. Anybody that's seen a few of the VODs should have a decent idea of what our opinions of the various aspects of the game. Are these credits still going? No, fast scroll or skip. Let's skip. See if they have an after credits.
You got Kay's outfit.
What do you think we should do now?
Number 2.
What do you think we should do now?
I think we should finish all the side quests we didn't get done, and the
What
activities, and more games.
I think we should fuck over the Pikes even more, gang. Let's go. I think we need to go back to Starter Planet and just fuck the Pikes over. Or Tatooine. Fuck the Pikes. Bully them into submission. Yeah, I'm happy with this lineup. Fuck the Hut Cartel. Not as much as the Pike Syndicate.
I really wanted to. We didn't even get to do any of their quests. The DLC quests. Man.
Kill Squad's hired.
What that entails, because there are people that had to pay $70 and didn't even get Jabba's quests. So like.
Okay.
That hurts. That hurts.
I don't know.
Are you saying they had the game just came out and there's already like DLC?
There's DLC, yes. Paid DLC for Jabba's specific quests. That we got because we got the Ubisoft Plus.
Okay.
Subscription thing.
Right.
Yeah, but as you can see, Jabba has hired kill squads for us because he did not like us. So I don't think that he will be giving us that mission.
I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
I think we have it already, but yeah, we just never did it.
Y'all didn't get a key? Nah. Sounds to me like the real Outlaws here were Ubisoft themselves. Say what you will, if that is your thoughts. Yeah, I thought that it felt like to me that they really thought that this criminal network system was going to carry a lot of the, I guess, the side content.
I think it's interesting. It's just too surface level. Like,
yeah.
When you got in good with the Crimson Dawn or the Ashiga clan, you didn't get, like, missions that were, like, important because you got a high reputation or anything. Like,
no.
If you got, like, specific missions for each faction because you, like, got in good with them, like, you know that mission where the Pike guy called us, Gorak, and he was like, hey, find this mole for me?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would have made sense if you were, like, on his good side. They should have gave us that mission if we were, like, excellent standing with them.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Randomly gave that shit to us while we were at the lowest possible, like, ranking.
At the beginning of the game, we decided fuck the Pikes. And at every turn that we got, we fucked the Pikes over. They were the #1 op. And then we boarded an Imperial ship for the sole purpose of framing the Pikes. And so after our relationship couldn't possibly get any lower with this Pike guy, he calls us up and is like, listen, I know we've been through some shit, but I have a mole. I have a spy. Can you find him?
That's I think if I can make a quick equivalent, that's like if you kill the first like Maelstrom boss in Cyberpunk, and later afterwards have the Maelstrom like, we got a job for you. I know you just killed our leader, or like one of the leaders practically, but we're gonna need your help. There's like a tiger claw or something that's inside our organization, and we trust you to take him out. Yeah,
what made it worse was we were like actually working with the people that he wanted us to find. So he had a Crimson Dawn mole, and we were like, we walked into the room with full Crimson Dawn gear, and he's like, he looks at us up and down and says, yeah, we got a Crimson Dawn mole. You want to help us? I know you're like in good with them, but like, shit.
Did you have the option to team up with the mole?
Yeah, so I
was getting to that.
You know what should have been then? Just real quick, what it should have been was, since you had good standing with Crimson Dawn and not good standing with the Pike, the mole should have came to you for help instead, to like almost the same quest, maybe a different variation of that same quest, but it's coming from the opposite
Yeah,
side.
I
think
get
that
what you
would've been
mean.
cooler.
Yeah, it would have been like your boy is like, and that's an easy way to like repurpose the same mission and make the beginning feel organic. If you are a Pike sympathizer, excellent condition, he says, I got a mission that I can only trust my right hand man with. And if you're with Crimson Dawn, they say, a spy deep in content, like, I need help, you have to find me, come over here. Oh, that's my Crimson Dawn boy, he's doing spy shit, I gotta go over there. But yeah, when we were driving, we were just laughing because we realized that this guy was calling us for a mission, and then Fat said, okay, I'm gonna go there for the sole purpose of fucking him over one last time. And that's what we did. We
That's
completely
exactly what
bullied
we
him.
did.
And then he
And,
while we
and,
were
like,
there,
reasonably, the only reason he would have brought us there at that point, because we had fucked him over so much, like, the only reason he would have called us was to set up a trap. But no, he was like dead ass.
It was real.
I need your help, guys. Please.
And then he begged Fat to give him his ring back. He's like, Fat, please. I know you have my ring. Can I have it back? And he's like, no. And he just leaves. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds off.
Yeah. And so a lot of the side
We
content
still have his
kind of-
ring.
We still have his ring, yeah.
him in our equipment.
Yeah.
Just sitting there.
Give me a ring.
Let's see, where is this thing at? Equipment, inventory, valuables, I guess.
Valuables, there it is. On the second row. Is that
Oh
it?
yeah, Gorak's ring.
Gorak's ring. Right there.
We never even sold it. We were never able to hit sell all because we wanted to keep his ring for a power stance. So we always had to sell the valuables one at a time. But yeah, I was saying all of the side content ropes back around into the reputation system for the most part. Like, the opening is always just kind of shallow, and it's like, I lost somebody, or like, go do this compound thing, and then you go do it, and the twist isn't really like any revelation with the character, right? You don't learn more about like this Crimson Dawn girl specifically. I mean, like, you do, she talks to you, but like, not really. You don't learn more about the queen specifically outside of like when you need to talk to her to progress the main quest, the main storyline. You don't really learn more from the side activities. So it will always kind of come down to like, you could return this to them. It's a fetch quest with a 50-50 at the end, pretty much. So, Crimson Dawn and Ashiga are kind of like, to progress one, you kind of have to fuck the other one over. So we fucked over the Pikes because Crimson Dawn likes that, and then we trade Crimson Dawn rep with the Ashiga clan, and that's what we did. But it was not enjoyable. You would do surface level kind of fetch quest stuff, and then yeah, it would be like, okay, no, this is where we put some Outlaws spice on it, guys. At the end, who are you gonna take it to? Crimson Dawn or Ashiga? And that's it. Like, you would just get rep with them. And like, no matter seemingly what you did, it was really not enough to fall out of your graces with the people. We literally assaulted a top secret Ashiga clan like area that we couldn't even get into. No, it was a Crimson Dawn area. Top secret Crimson Dawn area. They wouldn't even let us near. We had excellent reputation. They let us walk through the whole place. They said, hey, what's up, Kay? When we got to that door, they were like, no, fuck off. You're not coming here. If you step through here, we're going to kill you. So later in the game, we get back there and kill like a couple dozen people. We fucking killed
at least
them to
like
death.
20 people just straight murked on
Killed
the
at
floor.
least-
Blaster bolts in their face. Kay was here. Sign like posted on the wall. Like,
and then we steal
they
their
know it was
valuable.
us.
We steal their
We're still-
valuable
Yeah,
and
we
then
stole
give
their
it to their
very
rival.
valuable relic.
And then
Gave
they're
it
just
to
like,
Ashiga.
and they're like, that wasn't cool. No.
That's really not cool, Kay.
that was really not cool of you. And it just goes down a little. It's like, I
Well,
should
we
be
still in good
burned.
standing, I guess.
Yeah, and we fucked them over multiple times and we're still in good standing. This is after like 3 or 4 hits, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, they were very lenient for being a secret organization of cutthroat spies, pretty much. So the 50-50 didn't even feel all that consequential at the end of the day. Like, who are you gonna fuck over? And then they'd be like, okay, well, I'll just fuck these guys over even though I like them, and then later I'll go deliver them something cool, and then it'll go back up. Like, it was just so Ubisoft slidery, you know, just like, oh, just do that to raise that shit. Just do that to raise that shit. It didn't feel like it had any narrative implications. It never felt like we would be burned from the Ashiga clan and we would miss out on a cool side quest where you do this thing, you start doing some espionage, learn us kind of about like how they operate, you know, get some cutscenes, some shit like that. Oh my god, I want to fuck those guys over. I could get locked out of some badass content. No, not really. It wouldn't take very much to get back in. If we wanted to do the hut mission, we could probably make Jabba love us, and like if I had to speed run it, I feel like I could do it in like 45 minutes.
How different would the story be if you would like do everything reverse? You teamed up with Pike Syndicate and Heart Cartel, but Crimson Dawn and Ashiga was just off. Like
I don't think it would have changed at all. That's the thing. Like, none of these reps and whatnot really did anything.
Not even for the story. I saw that. I only jumped in just now. I don't know too much about the story or what happens, but I saw that Ashiga member come up on your intercom to help out.
That was like the only time that has ever happened in the game.
Damn. Yeah, okay. That's rough.
Yeah, that happened because they're excellent. So pretty much to answer your question, if we loved the Pikes, I'm assuming that he would have just popped up at the end of the game and be like, "Yo, I'm here to help" or some shit. Like that was it. That would have been the difference. Who you're siding with didn't really have much influence throughout the story, I feel like. Yeah. And I feel like they built the story in a way to where you do go through all of these guys at some point. You have to in order to progress the story. You can't just not talk to Jabba. You literally get captured by him. You can't just not talk to the Pikes or the guys that fuck you over first and you realize these guys are really boring and they suck. Fuck the Pikes. I would be surprised if anybody came through this game and played it and actually thought the Pikes were cool. Like, I just don't get it. And yeah, so you have to go through all of these guys to progress the game. So you can't get burned so bad by any of these factions that they don't want to talk to you. They can't lock you out of anything. It'd be like if you're playing Skyrim and it was like Stormcloaks or Imperials, but no matter which one you chose, you could still like get quests from the Stormcloaks or the Imperials at the same time. So like you could end the war as the Stormcloaks or end the war as the Imperials on the same save. And it's like, what?
I just don't. It just seems like it's. I don't see why they even implemented this in the first place, from what I'm trying to gather and understand. What well, I guess instead of narrative, how does it play outside of narrative? Like when you're just roaming the maps, I know there's probably like some areas you can't go into, and you're allowed to go into, but is that just it when it comes to reputation?
Yeah, the reputation doesn't play. So what'll happen is you have certain areas of the map. If I drive through this area with Pike Syndicate, terrible rating, the Pikes are going to be on my dick. They're going to chase me nonstop. And I have to kind of just like loop them until I get my Deadeye back and I can kill them. Or they run into rocks. The Pike special is literally chasing you so single track mindedly that they crash going 100 miles an hour into a rock and explode. It has happened so many times where they just kill themselves chasing you. So that's funny, but more often than not, they're a nuisance crashing into you, being annoying as shit. So yeah, if they don't like you, you go through the area, kill squads higher. These guys are gonna chase you to the ends of the earth. Or if you go somewhere where people like you, they'll just be like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" Pretty much like the most bare bone change you could do to make an area feel friendly or hostile. And then when you walk up to somebody, all roads pretty much lead to you getting a 50-50 between factions. So if it was on Kuvira, or whatever the snow planet was called, then it's going to be a 50-50 between Crimson Dawn and Ashiga. If you're on somewhere else, it'll be a 50-50 between like Pike and Crimson Dawn, or like Hut versus Pike, or some bullshit like that. And that's kind of like, you don't get roped into anything that's like on the side cool. You could alternatively get into something that's like Imperial based, but you don't really have any stakes over there because whoever you're on the mission for, you can't side with the Imperials. So it's like fuck the Imperials, they're just here. They're just a faceless third party in anything. So whenever you get involved with the Imperials, it's even worse because you're just there to do busy work. The faction system is out the window. So if the Pikes send you to go steal something from Crimson Dawn, it's a little bit different. But if the Pikes are like, oh, go here and go fuck over the Imperials, then you just do it because there's really nothing else to it. And I was going somewhere with that. I was about to say, what was I about to say? You fuck those guys over. You go with the Imperial, or you don't do the Imperial thing. And I was gonna say there's no side quests that like begin their own thing. So the stuff that we were talking about, where you do learn and you get like a single cutscene or something where like this girl talks to you or something, or like whatever. These are things that kind of happen after you interact with the factions mandatorily. You have to interact with all of the factions at least once in order to progress the story. You need something from all of them. The name of the game is basically assemble your squad for the heist. So you need to go to different planets, and each time you go to meet up with somebody, they're going to have their own problems that need to be resolved basically through the reputation, the assistance of these criminal networks. So you got to go through them one way or another. And that's pretty much how they're progressed. They're not progressed by you aiding this faction to the point where they welcome you into the fold and they give you these optional missions that expand the world more and their operations and things like that. No, it doesn't happen. You can go do busy work on the side and level them up over and over and over and over, and the only thing you're going to get is a stimulus package, pretty much. Like, good merchant deals. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck?
This right here is exactly what they give you for good rep. They don't give you like actual new missions or anything to expand the Crimson Dawn story or anything. You know, they don't have their own story besides the main story. What's in the main story?
That's okay. That's interesting. So when it says work for hire, likely to give her jobs, is that just like side activities, or is that like
it's
actual...
like
that's just side activities. That's just busy work. It's literally just busy work. So welcome in. You're allowed to enter. Wow, that's an awesome perk. I could have came in like nobody can stop me from coming in. I can sneak in if I want to, but this is just like an RP thing. More work, more busy work. Awesome. Good deals. Who gives a fuck? Look at our money. Where's our equipment?
Yeah, you got 10K, I see.
I have 10K. We have 10K, and we did not want to spend it on anything. We didn't want to spend it on upgrades. We didn't need the money. Selling shit, it does not matter. We only sold stuff like one time, really, and we didn't need to. So yeah, there's that. And then you have welcome gifts. So that's pretty much the only reason why you engage with these things, is because they give you drip, and then the drip has pretty strong set bonuses on them. So it's exclusive gear that you kind of got to partner with these guys to get. So like that's cool. That's a cool perk.
I think it's good. It makes like a very big difference. Like, I really love this fit because it gives me like a lot of ability to tank and stuff. And then Waffle he liked the Crimson Dawn fit because that was very specific for the way he wanted to play the game, which was stealthy, and it kind of gave him a lot of bonuses towards that. So like, that was cool. Like, and you can kind of transmog it, so if you don't like how it looks, you can change it up entirely. But having this be the penultimate thing for completing a faction just feels underwhelming to me. Do you feel that way, Waffle? Like it's all down to just loot at the end, which doesn't feel very like rewarding outside of like a gameplay thing.
I know you're talking to Waffle, but it seems like he can't talk at the moment.
Yeah, I think his mic just died or something.
I think it's good for an MMO reputation grind. You're grinding like right now, Final Fantasy 14. I'm grinding like a bug tribe for bug armor. Like, that's cool, but
that's exactly how it feels, though. It feels very MMO-y.
Yeah, but even then, like, at least Final Fantasy 14 has like an interesting story that goes along with that reputation grind. It sounds like for this, it's either you're making a choice during the main mission, which is fine, but it seems like it doesn't last long, nor does it have any narrative consequences besides who shows up on the intercom at the last second. From what I'm understanding, what you guys are telling me, and it just seems kind of there's no what I expected there to be when I saw this criminal network. I thought they would have their plot in the main story, and then they have their faction story. I thought that's what it was gonna be.
That's
when
what I
first
was
saw
hoping
this.
for.
But apparently,
there's no faction story.
Yeah, which is
There's,
very interesting.
like, no main faction story, which is like, damn. I don't know if they did it that way because they didn't want to like put resources towards something only like a fourth of the people will see, because you're like, okay, you're only gonna max out the Ashiga clan, so all these other faction quests that we got are gonna be pointless. But like, I don't know, like they definitely could have done it. They put a lot of resources towards making like random bases and stuff that, you know, like the Ubisoft thing where you have like random bases and across the map that you can raid for like resources and whatnot. They've got that here. But like they could have changed that up and had those be actually related to these syndicates or something and story missions rather than just random compounds to raid. That I just feel like that would have been way more compelling in the end.
On a side note, I didn't see too much driving combat. Is the only way to delete enemies by doing some kind of deadeye mechanic, and that's it? You can't like manually.
That's actually the only way to do it.
Every single time I saw you guys do that, I see you in combat. I see you driving around in circles a little bit, putting on deadeye, and then shooting. I'm like, can they not just manually shoot them? It's such a lame combat. I put me to sleep from when I checked in here and there.
Yeah, and me and Waffle were actually looking into that. This was a design choice from Ubisoft's team because they wanted to make it. Their excuse was like they didn't want you to just go around and start blasting people and acting like out of character, essentially, by just rolling around and blasting people from the side of your bike. But, I mean, you can just hop off the bike and still do that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, didn't Waffle just get done talking about how he just slaughtered 20 people to get an item?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the real excuse, then I mean that doesn't really. That's a lame excuse if that's true.
They didn't want you rolling through a town and just shooting off the side of the bike or something. I don't know.
Well, how do you feel about the story in general?
I mean, at the beginning, it was very like. At the beginning, it felt very rushed, but like it wasn't terrible. It was serviceable for what they were going for. Kay, essentially, she starts out, she gets a job to go hit a casino, and she goes to the casino, and the heist goes wrong, and she has to go into hiding, essentially. But just as soon as she's, like, forced out and like, has to go into hiding, she's given a job instead to go and, like, raid, Sliro, which is the guy that had the cape on.
Okay.
So we go into Sliro's compounds, the one that we were just at the very end of the game, and we sling through it until we get to the vault room that we were literally just at in the final mission, and we like open the vault and we break out the red Twi'lek guy. He was like locked in there. We were told that we were like there to get some credits or something, but that wasn't actually the case. We got trolled, and we get knocked out, and Left for Dead, essentially, by the Red Twi'lek and these other guys that they're a part of the, I guess they're rebels. They're all rebels. So we wake up and Slira's like, bro, what the fuck is this? You actually broke into my base. And then Nyx comes and does a little funny and you break free and run away. Stealing a ship, and then you like head out to it's very like the drama is like crazy. It like the stakes just keep amping up. You know, you start as like this low thief that's just stealing from this casino to now you're raiding like the biggest crime boss ever, and it goes south. And you get a hit put on your head, a death mark for the rest of the game, and that's pretty much where the plot hook is you've got this death mark, and now everyone wants you dead for money.
Okay.
Which is like, it's okay. It's an okay story, but they kind of like rushed it, and it's whatever.
And the problem with that, though, is that you were moments away from succeeding. Let me say this. You're moments away from actually succeeding in that heist. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember to fix it. It's a little loud on the come up, but
well, that heist wasn't real. It was just a troll to get out the rebel guy.
Right. But what I'm saying is that like you already break into this compound. And the reason why you aren't successful is simply because you get stopped by the lock. So you've already made it past this area, this layout. You've snuck past these guys in the very beginning of the game, and you're only stopped because you couldn't break the safe at the end or crack the vault. So then the game is building up, and they told you that you're going to be going back there because his money is still there. So they're hyping you to go back up to do something that you've already done. But the catch is there's going to be more guys this time. There's going to be more. Do it again, but there's going to be enhanced security. Oh man, I cannot wait for this finale. This is going to go crazy.
So the whole game is spent assembling a squad to go do that. And
why am I only getting Toshara stuff? I want to go to Kijimi.
Well, then when we actually it's at the top. Go back to the journal.
This
Kijimi system is in the middle.
Up there. Fucking goddamn.
Yeah. All right. But what was I saying? Yeah. So you kind of are just hyped up to go do this shit, and it just. I mean, you saw the ending. It was not well put together. For a lot of different reasons. There was just a lot of things that were done for dramatic effect and not really good in terms of like story. It made no sense.
So I guess my biggest gripe I've seen just entering was, so apparently this ND character had a restraint bolt or something.
Yeah.
So I guess you had to get an item to get that restraint off of him.
Right. The Rhodian, he had something called the Freedom Spike, and it was like this thing that was hyped up to like, oh, it can break the bonds off droids and give them free will essentially. So we were never able to free ND5 because we didn't really have the spike and we couldn't do anything about it. You know, he had this restraining bolt the whole time, and we were just helpless because we couldn't get to him and give him the spike. But then we got our moment to actually do it, and we don't even use it. We just shot it. We shot the restraining bolt, and that freed him somehow. It was a single shot too. Like, it wasn't very durable or anything. Like, we could have done that at any point.
Well, you had to be. Listen, it's just that rogue outlaw luck that saved your friend. You shooting your friend with your luck.
Just randomly blasting him in the chest. Yeah.
You know, I would have spent money on Sabak shift cards. They could have ran our pockets with those. If each shift card was like 3K, and it was good, we would have spent money on that, you know. But all the good stuff, they wanted you to do a lot of busy work for, which I guess is like some people are like, I don't like just doing stuff and then getting XP and then opening a skill tree and just doing progression bars or whatever. But honestly, going in and then having something like where is it, abilities, and then just having some shit that's just like go obtain, what is it's more like, yeah, complete enforcer contract, defeat enemies using any marksman rifle or whatever. So like this stuff is cool, but I feel like they lean too hard into it because then we just became self-sufficient and had no use for money. And so we were just doing stuff to be like, I hope they have Imperials on this mission for me to kill, you know, because I don't
know.
need.
I
don't
feel
need
like
to
I'm gonna
slice.
disagree. I really enjoyed the way that they gave out the abilities in this game rather than just like getting XP, general XP to dump wherever. You had to like actually go out and do the thing that, you know, if you want to get better at slicing, you have to go and actually slice.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was, I don't know if it played out well, but that's a nice little change on how leveling systems could be.
You want to play
done.
some Sabak while we wait, or while we talk?
I was actually thinking, like, do we want to just hit up the big boy? We never got his juice.
Oh yeah. I was thinking that too.
We don't have any shift card.
This is a 300 buy-in though. This might be Bosnock level. Like
This
I'm
gives
kidding.
us
Like,
a
who
shift
the
card.
fuck am I kidding? But
We win,
all right.
so
Yeah, well, you should do this.
I guess we'll
'cause
do it.
I don't know how to play this shit. So
yeah, okay.
yeah, you do that. Who was talking? What were we saying?
Oh, we were talking about the leveling system, and I said that I think what Fat brought it up. I agree
hold
that
on.
I think
Gotta
it's
tab
interesting
real
on
quick.
how. Oh sure.
All right, go ahead.
I was saying how it seems like they have an interesting level up system where instead of getting XP or getting to skill points, you instead have to do certain activities to unlock said ability of any kind. I think the first one I saw was you guys trying to unlock fast stealth crouch walking, which was simply you getting into compounds. I think you knocking out guards.
Yeah.
And so forth. I thought that was a nice
I
innovation on leveling system.
understand where you guys are coming from, but my thing is, I would rather these things be woven into a narrative, because then if it's not, and you complete a compound, then your reward is credits that you don't have to use, and a part for some random shit that you don't want to upgrade. Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude! Turret fuel for the ship! I don't have a turret because I didn't upgrade my ship because I don't give a shit, right? Like a random ass upgrade that just goes somewhere. I prefer it if you're working with Crimson Dawn or some shit, and you're in their thing, you're in their arc, their optional arc, because there's 4 factions in the game, so not everybody's doing this. And so then they're like, all right, blah, 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 our Crimson Dawn spies have been getting caught or something. We want to up our tactics, and we want to have a better get out of jail free card. We're going to upgrade our smoke bombs, okay? But the Ashiga clan has the tech we want. Go steal that shit from the Ashiga clan, okay? It's gonna make them mad. But if you do that, our smoke bombs will get better, and we'll give you this piece for your smoke bomb. Instead of it just being like, go fucking assassinate Imperials and loot 3 chests and go undetected. That's way inferior.
So that's what you mean when you say narratively into. Okay, yeah, I would agree. I think that would be a better system. I think the system that's in here, from what I saw, is fine. I think
it's still better than just like most games in general. Like just the fact that it's done with like actual objectives rather than oh shit, that's a good one. Other than like just XP bars or stuff, I feel like that's already just a much better system than most games.
Yeah, but I would have to agree with Waffle. Let's say both in the same universe that you could either choose the leveling system that Outlaws already has, or you choose the one that Waffle is proposing. I think I would choose Waffle. So,
yeah, obviously that's better, but that would
Yeah.
also take more time to do.
Which
don't
obviously,
you think?
of course, yeah, and Ubisoft doesn't want to do that, so of course that's not gonna happen. But I do like the idea of, let's say each this would actually go into wanting to do the reputation system. Let's say each criminal network has 4 unique skills that you're not able to get from any of the other reputations. Like the Hut Cartel could be involved with a lot of I don't know, what do you use money for in this game? Before even
we haven't really used money for much.
You can buy grenades and things like that, but you just get them. You can just pick them up in the fields. Like money is really useless in this game.
Oh, okay. Well, let me try a different example. Let's say you want to go for the Crimson Dawn. It could be.
I draw.
If you go down the Crimson Dawn route, your skills could the 4 unique skills you can get only from them, mind you. Could be things maybe like related to stealth and what are they, splicers too?
Silop Sabak.
I guess whatever like befits their clan, their faction, those would be the skills that you would get from them. It's like like training skills in a sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think so. Yeah, 100%. And like, you should. And one thing that they did get right though is that if you fall out of favor with a group, then the clothing buffs that you're getting will go away, right? So it's not just like, all right, let me get the pike shit. All right, fuck the pikes. All right, let me get this.
Free.
It's not free, but you know, still, I would have preferred a system that was more intricate and that was spread out a bit more. So like, obviously, Crimson Dawn stuff would be stealth oriented, but what if there was a really good complementary stealth skill in like their opposing factions type thing or somewhere else? It's like a one-off skill that would just be really good, and you're like, yo, I could sync that up with this. So you want to play them both, and you're scared to actually have their rep go down, because if they don't like you, then you can't use the thing anymore. So that just encourages you to engage with that system a bit more, and there feels like there's some more consequence. Now that doesn't save the system, because ultimately there's no real narrative consequence to fucking people over. You can't bottom out to the point where you can never bring it back. We fucked over the pikes all game for about 30 hours, and if I wanted to bring them up to where I have Crimson Dawn or something right now, like I said, I'm very confident I could do that in like an hour. If I was speed running it on the clock, I could just make them love me. Just do busy work real quick.
You could probably put everyone to excellent if you just want to do that.
You probably could actually just get every faction to excellent. And I don't think it would be very hard to do.
I assume doing like small activities for them, like side jobs, that like just that increases it already.
Yeah, you do side jobs, and a good time the side jobs do make you have a choice though, you know, and you'll have to take a 50-50 hit. But there are missions that will just simply up that faction, like in a vacuum.
I got shit on.
Alright. We not beating Bosnok. No, we never beat Bosnok, by the way.
We're gonna beat Bosnok.
Room for one more?
So yeah, just I think the scope was a little too big. I feel like you cannot make a scope like this if you're not willing to deliver. And in order to deliver on the scope of something like this, you need a fucking You need a Cyberpunk Baldur's Gate Eskian budget. Like, you cannot make something like this to the extent that it needs to be satisfying, like cutting corners. And just being lazy. You gotta go all the way. 4 whole ass factions? Are you kidding me? 4 whole ass factions. And you have to build a game that has about 20 something hours of gameplay for everybody to go through. People, if this system is done correctly, a lot of people are gonna miss out on a lot of content. And it's gonna take multiple playthroughs to go through and play your allegiances right to see all of the content. If the game is done in a way to where the narrative stakes and implications actually have some weight behind them. But
right,
again,
but
here,
if you actually do that, you get a good game. So
yes,
it's like, is that what you want to do, or are you just trying to make money?
And I feel like it's a little what's the word? I don't think I can't find the right word for it, but I don't think that it's simply fair to say like Ubisoft isn't doing it because it would take more effort. I think that the things that people point out and that they notice in games are things that you have to have an eye for. And to make a good game, a whole bunch of things, a plethora of many things have to go right all at the same time. And I think that people take for granted what makes a good game, what are good systems in a game. And so I think that it's a part of, yes, there are people at Ubisoft that understand what makes a good game. And their hands may be tied because their higher ups are simply telling them, no, we're not going to do that. But I also think that there's a skill floor. And I think that if you have a team that aren't meeting that, then you're going to consistently get the Ubisoft product. I think that Ubisoft has thrown a lot of money at the project, and like, this game could have been good if you bring the scope down. You know, if you bring the scope down and you focus on specific things, you could get the same product but better. And I think that's, yeah.
It's just bloat. That's what it comes down to. It's just bloated systems and stuff.
I think that's essentially what it is. Ubisoft, when they make a game, they want to do as many different things from different aspects of other games as possible into one video game. They want to have an open world, they want to have side quests, they want to have a reputation system, they want to have a lot of activities you could do, a lot of mini games. They just want to do it all. They want a leveling system as well. They want to spend your money on certain items. They want upgrading for your ship. We want ship combat. We want driving combat.
Yeah.
I think Outlaws. Some of your games should just be linear. I feel like Outlaws would have been a better game, building up your crew and whatnot, if you just had it way more linear. You can have.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Jedi Fallen Order did, and that was a linear game, but it's critically acclaimed for a reason. People really like that story.
I saw.
And it worked.
I saw through some when I jumped in and out of the stream. I saw the art style of the game was pretty good. I saw like this open field with like the trees are blowing in the wind. I saw some of the ship combat. Well, the ship combat doesn't look really particularly good to me.
Yeah, not mechanically, but visually,
it looks very nice. Yeah, it's very it's very immersive. I feel like if you just had a linear story-based Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaw linear version, it could have been better.
I agree, and recently being in game development and finding people specialized in roles has really opened up my eyes, and it makes sense that, like, say for example, if you're gonna build a racing game, you would want somebody who not only can simply has the ability to program that racing game, but you want to have somebody who has experience in making them good. And the thing is that when, like you were saying, you want to throw the kitchen sink at every game that you're making that's open world, and if it's Star Wars, we have ship combat, okay, we have speeder combat, okay, we have stealth gameplay, okay, we have blaster gameplay, we got all of these things. You need people that are skilled in these things, You have to look at the achievements that they have in that field, and you have to get all of these all-star cast members for each specific thing that you're doing. You can't just fucking pull somebody from Animal Crossing and tell them to make stealth. Not to say that Animal Crossing is a Ubisoft IP, I'm being a bit facetious, but you get the point. Like, that makes it exponentially more difficult if you want to make every aspect that you're putting into the game solid. You got to do that. You can't just pull some fucking guy from another project that had nothing to do with ship combat. You want elite guys if you can, and you're Ubisoft, you're a fucking giant company, you should be able to get that. But it just feels like a bunch of people from a bunch of different projects or whatever. Not to say this is the actual state of the game, I'm just saying this is how it feels on the back end. It just feels people that don't have experience doing things coming in and doing the bare minimum for these things and not really understanding how to take it a step further. That could be for a case of not being able to, people aren't listening to them, or also very validly simply not understanding how to. There's so many moving parts in the game. And a linear game can be very tight, very fun, and it is significantly less taxing to produce because, again, there's less moving parts that you have to worry about making good. Everybody wants the open world game, but not everybody can do it well. Skill diff, I'm sorry.
Essentially, what we're saying here is, depending on the crew you get, if you don't specialize in whatever mechanic you're building within the game, you are a good, average and maybe good at all, but master of none. Essentially, it's just going to be ending up as average. You're just going to have an average game that has a multitude of average mechanics or activities you do inside.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's how we were feeling at the beginning.
Kind of how it feels.
In the beginning, I said very solid 7. I said very solid 7. We were playing, opening up, and then I said this thing's got the potential to move up to an 8 though, and I wanted it to surprise me. I want to play a good game with my time. But Lucas popped in, and then I said, man, this shit is a 6.8. It's dropped down for me, and you get an average game, and a lot of people have been playing this kind of Ubisoft game, this open world game with the things and the do that and the markers and the stuff. And so when you're just being constantly inundated with that stuff, a 7 is like, if you're fucking tired of seeing it, becomes a 4. You know, because you have seen this so many fucking times. I haven't played a lot.
Yeah, I feel like this is really like, it kind of ran its course midway through the game, and like it had revealed its hand. Like the game had shown its hand, and it didn't really have anything else to provide. I think once you get to that point that like the game isn't really showing you anything new, I think it just wears down, and from there it's like, all right, we're just doing the same thing over and over again. I think
the same
I've had
thing
enough.
over and over. The structure got really repetitive for the main story. Okay, you have
I'm
to
about
assemble
do
your
something
crew.
Pretty big. But
all right,
yes,
do
go
it.
on.
The structure was too samey. Okay, you have to go get your. You got to go find a locksmith or whatever the fuck. Okay, go to this planet. Guess what? The guy's in trouble. You got to get him out of that trouble. Go to the next planet. Get your guy. Guy's in trouble. Get him out of that trouble. You do that over and over and over again. And when I think back to the single player experiences that stuck with me, I was able to take a break from the main quest line, even if there was some ludo-narrative dissonance involved in the case of something like Cyberpunk, where V is dying, but you're fucking rocking out on stage or something. Like, I get that, but I feel like it's needed, because when you're just fixated on the main quest, it can start to become less important. If the stakes are always fucking high and you're operating on razor thin margins, then you never have any way to build back up to something. It's nice to give the main story a chance to simmer and then go get invested in something else. And in this game, it would have been the Crimson Dawn plot or the Hut plot or something. Yes, there is a Hut DLC, but we're not doing that shit. It should like baked into the game that everybody could have done, you know, by progressing that thing. I wanted to get lost in a side thing and then come back for the monumentous to finish that. And yeah, just being so fixated on the main story just kind of became like, oh, I can't wait to fucking attack the same compound that I already did 12 hours ago and be done with this.
You need to find out how they're doing it.
So, who am I after?
In the end,
to do your job?
9 out of 10 game. I think it was pretty good from what I saw.
Oh shit.
Pretty solid all around.
Another win for Ubisoft.
No. Now get out.
Well, I guess my one last question I have, because I'm sure you two can talk forever about this game. How did you guys feel? What's I think more important than story? Character. How do you guys feel about characters in this game?
I mean, that's a damn good question. And we did touch a little bit about the character dynamics that were going on. Dude in the fuzzy cape, I forgot his name already. That guy,
Slero.
Slero.
He's just mustache twirling villain.
Yeah,
lame.
Yes, very much so. He literally starts the game off by giving an evil monologue and killing a bunch of people. And that is pretty much like that encapsulates his character. He does that all the way to the end of the game, where he appears in front of the main character unarmed and just trusts his bodyguard that he's shit on all game to get the job done and not betray him, even though she's had plenty of time away from him and has confronted this main character many a time and has not returned with her head, should have raised some suspicions, but it does not. And then he is pistol whipped and not killed by her still. Anyways, not get, to remove myself a bit from the dynamics of the story and to stay on topic with what you brought up, which is the characters. The main villain, not really doing it. B8, B5,
what about
whatever
Kay
his
herself?
name is.
How do you feel about Kay? Because I feel like obviously she's like
Yeah,
the
okay.
main...
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
Yeah. I feel like they did her alright. Like I kinda like Kay.
I liked Kay. I do. Well, go ahead and say your piece. It seems like you're going on in a direction.
Well, okay. Yeah, so the thing about Kay is like I was expecting from the very beginning of the game that we were gonna get sucked into some rebel bullshit, like happens in every single Star Wars game. Like even in the game where you play as Iden Versio, the fucking Imperial agent, the elite Imperial agent that like slaughtered a bunch of people. She ends up becoming like a rebel at the end, and just like, you know, she goes all political, and it just doesn't, like, I've been wanting to just be a normal fucking person in the Star Wars universe forever, and there's just never been a game that lets you do that. You're always the rebels or a Jedi or something.
Not to get,
and like,
I don't want to distract you too much. I want to let you keep going, but like, imagine how hard that is to pitch, though. You know, like, you have the Star Wars IP, it's iconic, and you're pitching to the team, and you're like, guys, I want to make a story about a scrappy person on one planet. They never leave. It's going to be self-contained, but it's going to be really good. And they're like, bro,
I know.
Bro, we could put Darth Vader on the screen. They could go to Tatooine. Are you fucking stupid?
I know, and that's the thing is, like, I was expecting that to be the case with Kay. I thought I was... You know, we were gonna get fucking member berries everywhere. There was just gonna be like, oh, here's Darth Vader, now here's Luke Skywalker, now here's whoever the fuck. And you're just like constantly running into people, or like, even if it's not just that, you know, you're just working with the rebels, and it doesn't make sense for Kay at all. But like, she doesn't. And she like actively fucking hates the rebels because of what they did to her. And it kind of works. I really like it. It's the first time that you're just able to play like that in a Star Wars game.
Okay, well.
I like her dynamic, you know, and how she thought about the rebels. She barred that one rebel guy up. He had no response. She was like, okay, great. So you're basically just another syndicate. You're using people. And in a sense, obviously, we know the rebels are fighting for a good cause against the evil empire. But she sees different.
But personally, they screwed her over, and yeah, it's another large group that just wants power, which to her is like, she wants freedom and just none of that shit.
Yeah, she can't be sold a big story about saving the world. Like she's just not gonna hear it. She's got her own motivations.
I think she's too cynical. Like, she's pessimistic, doesn't really believe people are just genuinely good.
I disagree with that. I think that she doesn't have faith in institutions. She has faith in people. And she's willing to go the distance for those people.
Speaking about Memberberry,
Any idea who it is?
You don't want to play with those guys.
We got one.
They're washed
up. I was a bit wrong, I guess. You know, I mean, they did have Vader, and yeah, they've got Lando. So
I was a bit wrong. 9 out of 10.
You must have.
I was a bit wrong.
Lando just saved this game. Holy shit.
No, I would have remembered you, Kavis. Lando Calrissian.
So what?
Calrissian, damn. with the new brain rot slang, that thing has a whole new meaning. God damn.
What do you want?
You're in with Crimson Dawn, right? Well, I lost something at their sabacc table on Kijimi, and I want it back.
This is badass.
This is about me and
Sabacc
Kira.
quest.
We Didn't exactly.
I know,
leave
that's why I
things
wanted
as
to do it.
friends.
I saw Sabak
need
and
to be in the
I
inner
saw
circle
I could
of
tell
this.
it was
Just get
Lando.
dealt into the game.
So.
Do this for me, and I'll show you a few tricks of the trade.
Throw in some credits and you've got a deal.
Lando, you gotta help me
can't say
beat
no to a
Bosnok,
charmer
that
like
fucking green, juicy motherfucker.
I can show you how to
Keeps taking my
cheat.
credits, man.
But yeah, what I was gonna say was like, she becomes fiercely loyal to the people around her, and she kind of, even to the point where they're directly opposed to her, like the assassin girl or the robot. You know, she spends enough time with somebody, she feels like she sees their true colors and is willing to trust them at the end of the day, which I think is good. She just doesn't
Until
have
they
much
screw
faith.
her over, and then she kind of puts her walls up, which I think makes sense, you know? Like, when someone screws you over, you're not gonna, like, be all that chill with them.
I mean, even with, like, you know, the robot tweaking and specifically saying, I'm going to fuck you over.
See,
and
but that was at the end, and I felt like, yeah, I didn't like that shit, because it was getting to be, like,
a little bit
just
obsessive.
unrealistic at a point. Yeah.
Yeah. But overall, I do, like I was saying, I do like that. And again, she believes in people, and she does have that, we do have that kind of found family cheesy narrative going on, which I am a fan of, but it just felt like it was undeserved. In her case, it felt unrealistic. Like she didn't have enough time to bond with these characters that she would go to the ends of the earth for. Like an origin story for a crew, but there just wasn't enough time given to them because, you know, it very much felt like Haru in Persona 5. You know, where the people towards the tail end of the story just are not going to get any time because the game has to end. And so this character is here now, but we're tight as fuck with them. You don't see that we're tight as fuck with them, but we are.
All you Haru fans are so fucking mad right now that we didn't give a shit about that character. Stay mad. Who cares?
I'm sorry. Bro, it was always so jarring to pull up the thieves and then just see Haru there and be like, oh yeah, she's here with us now. Is anybody gonna talk to her?
I think we cared more about her father, who was evil, than we did about her.
Yeah, she kind of just got shafted.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, but that's just how it is with, like, people at the end of Persona games. Like,
Yeah.
you're
by the
too
way-
close to the end for it to work.
Yeah, by the way, I don't think anyone here is saying that she has a bad social link. We just didn't do it.
Yes,
We just don't
I'm
get
not
it.
saying she has a bad social link or that she is badly written. Yeah, I'm just simply saying that she
You're
was
just-
placed in an
10
inconvenient
social
location.
links
Yeah.
is very hard to
We had like
erase at the
5 or
very
10
end of
other
the
ones
world.
we were like really interested in doing. She
Yeah.
just couldn't fit in.
Also, because she was placed in at the end of the game, she missed out on organic socials of people just existing to move the narrative and the plot forward because they exist in the story. So because she comes in so late, you don't even get that stuff. But yeah, anyways, back to this. We got onto that topic because it just felt like people didn't really have that time to shine. You meet up with Gadik and they kind of save
Yo,
themselves
Lando
from it.
got shit on by these guys too? They stole his Sabak chips, and now I'm fucking back to do it.
I'm just saying that owl in the back definitely has something to play in with whoever is winning at this table.
Sent you to get his token back, did he?
Hmm.
Well, too bad.
That sounds right.
You need to tell that
Real
owl to
thing.
go outside before you play.
I'll play you for it.
That's her fucking pet to cheat.
Tell you
Yes,
what, I'll
that's
take
what I'm
the bet.
saying.
But we're playing house rules, and it's
House rules
my
mean I can cheat.
I'm flexible.
Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, so like I was saying, fucking Waka 3 at this point, I guess. The nerd emoji, forgot his name. He's kind of saved from it because she's just like, oh, we worked together before. We're tight. You want to do a job? Which, you know, just isn't all that great, but it does save them from it because we would otherwise be like, who the fuck is this guy? But they've got off-screen history towards the end of the game. You save the Bombardier and
Goddamn.
you save the Bombardier, there's not much there. Those two really are like the most distant on the team in terms of characters and camaraderie. They really just exist. And it boils down to Nyx, K, and what is the robot's name again? B4, B5?
ND5.
Yeah, it really boils down to them three. And so Nyx is just a fucking dog. He's not a character. He's cool. Nobody really dislikes Nyx.
Typical Star Wars cute pet animal thing.
Yeah, typical. And then that leaves ND, and ND kind of just feels like he can't be fucked for most of the story. He sits in the ship. Multiple times he remarked on like, hey, Kay should probably be getting a bigger cut because she's doing all the work. ND only swung around when it was absolutely necessary, and there was no way out, and it was like Kay was going to die, so it was like, alright, fine, I guess I pull up. And then he would do something like 2 times or something, I guess, like that. And that just didn't seem like enough enough to build up a bond. I mean, I guess somebody saved your life, sure, but they saved your life contractually in the 11th hour. I feel like that takes off some steam. And so it doesn't feel, Kay's relationship with other people doesn't feel really tight. As tight as they would like you to make it feel when this is the setup to more Star
I
Wars
wish it
games
was
with the
on
K
more
crew.
missions or something, like as much as Nyx or something, because like the way that they drove that at the end, it was like you guys had some kind of really serious bond, and it
a
was
familiar bond.
borderline romantic in a way. It was like weird.
Come back to me, ND.
What it sounds like outside of ND and what's the pet's name? Nyx?
Yeah.
It seems like outside of them, the rest of the characters are they're not characters, they're professions that you need at the moment. You need
Basically,
the bomber, you need
slots in the roster.
Yeah, it seems that's what it sounds like.
Quirky bomber, midget, and then yeah, just I don't know. I guess techie guy.
Yeah, techie guy that we have history with, so we're not gonna like see anything happen there. We just know him, so he's here.
I guess I agree with Fat, of course. Like, if they were given more missions to go on, it could be like, oh, you know what would be fun? They could pull like a Bioware, or Dragon Age, or Mass Effect, where you have like companion quests. They have their own little stories you could follow and like do that. Maybe make choices even if you want to go deeper into the Bioware companion.
Yeah, that would have been a hell of a lot better, you know. Or you could have got something similar to like Final Fantasy 15's episodes for the individuals. Like everybody loved it. Nobody like when went through. Everybody was like, okay, man, I guess that was cool. And then episode Ignis dropped, and then people were like, this fucking character is sauce. Like, everybody fell in love with him. So
I hear a lot of people. I hear people, and I agree with them. People like the episodes way more than the base game.
Yes, they love the stuff that was focused out on those characters. And I was gonna say that the thing is like. It exists, kind of, but it's a part of the main story where you do go with these characters and you do things, but they aren't the focus. Their development or struggles really isn't the focus. It keeps getting fucking railroaded into the faction stuff. You're working with somebody, they're caught in a bind. Why are they caught in a bind? Because X faction has their balls in a faction, has their balls in a vice. And so you have to do something to resolve it. And the factions are surface level because you don't do any missions with those factions. They just, this faction hates this faction, fuck this faction. And like, you don't do anything. So it's like, this character got a few missions, progressive for the main thing, but as soon as it like starts to go anywhere, boom, here come the fucking factions. Hey, what's up, Crimson Dawn? And oh, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Get out of here. I don't care. I don't care. Your faction doesn't have any story. Go away.
It just sounds like we need to get rid of the faction quests and just add some companion quests. Just replace them. You had a story with the companions, and then you can build up reputations with them. They'll give you they're the ones that will give you cool stuff. They'll teach you how to do skills. They'll give you loot.
Yeah,
that just sounds way better.
For me personally, I've never really fucked with the choices matter heavily. It's never really added too much to my experience to be able to do a choice rather than a character simply expressing themselves through a story that's reacting to that character as they learn and adapt. The choices haven't done anything for me, and more often than not, because making a choices matter game is so damn difficult, more often than not it leaves you kind of with a sour taste in your mouth because you feel like it wasn't as fleshed out as it could have been. I love me some narrative focused story games with no fucking dialogue choices. Not to say you know that
I
Mass
know,
Effect's
I
not
agree.
good, but yeah.
I agree. If you're
Well,
if you're not
that
all
was-
in on the choices matter, then you should just forego it in general. You should just make a
Dude.
story-based linear game, and that'd be fine.
It was ridiculous. So there's this thing that happens, and I think this was like the most jarring thing ever, like with the whole choices matter thing. I mean, we already talked about the whole issue with Gorak going to him, the Pike leader, after we clearly like made him hate us.
Yeah.
Like that was one thing. But then there was this one thing where we were given a task to essentially do a coup against the Ashiga clan leader, and we were gonna replace her with her daughter. And the reason that we were doing that, it was like something for the Crimson Dawn. So like the Crimson Dawn wanted the Ashiga clan in their pockets. So they were like having this princess as a figurehead, while they were like clearly gonna be like behind the scenes, you know, working them. And the mission was kind of like structured in a way where we were just given constant missions saying like, okay, you're gonna go in, you're gonna like do this coup, and we weren't really like, me and Waffle didn't really feel invested in like it sounded like a bad idea. You know, you're giving the Crimson Dawn a monopoly power over, you know, like they have the power of two factions at that point if they own both the Crimson Dawn and the Ashiga clan. So we're like, that's just a bad idea. Let's not do that. Even though they're trying really hard to make us do this.
So you went for the queen. So you had the queen stay? Okay.
Well, yeah. So we were thinking like, at first, we wanted to like learn more about the queen to see like what her problems actually are, because the game was like saying, oh well, the Ashiga clan, they're in with the Empire because the queen's retarded. So we wanted to go and actually talk to the queen or get missions to kind of like see more into that side of the story, get their perspective. But we didn't get anything at all. And then we went into the mission with the coup because we were kind of, that was the only thing we could do. And we got to the end and you know, it gave us the choice. It was like, do you want to kill the queen or do you want to side with the queen? Like, who do you want to work with? And we chose the queen, and it killed the princess. And the cutscene that followed after completely like treated it like we had just executed the queen, even though she was fine.
That seems like a big slip up. I take your word for it, but that seems like
Like, it didn't.
Obvious, that seems
It
like an
wasn't
obvious
very.
thing to like see and like fix if that's the case.
It wasn't very like. It kind of didn't. It wasn't direct. It didn't say, "Oh, you killed the fucking queen. Good job." It was more like.
Oh, it was ambiguous about it.
Kay was like, "I didn't know I was going into an execution." And the Crimson Dawn lady is all like haughty, like, "Oh, you fell right into my trap." But like, we quite literally
didn't win.
because we didn't do your job that you wanted.
Okay.
So like, why are you acting so snooty like you won when we like fucked you over?
By the
I'm
way,
glad that you mentioned that. It bridges into something else, and this is similar to where if you actually try to interact with the politics of the thing, the game railroads you into the main quest line, and they want to let you politic when they want to let you to, and it's often deeper in. So we had just left the starter planet. And that is there where they teach you, okay, so you need to mind your reputation. These factions are going to have different bars. excuse me, these factions are going to have different bars that you have to deal with, and you're going to have to basically like play abacus simulator and slide this thing left and right and do that thing. And so we're like, okay, cool, I got you. So when we go to a planet, we got to figure out who the big boss is, and we got to get in good with them. Simple. So the next planet we go to is Tatooine, because I'm the least excited to go to Tatooine, and I figure if we go to Tatooine, we can knock it out of the fucking way. So the only thing that's left are good-ass planets as we're ramping up towards the end of the game. So Tatooine we go, and Tatooine is controlled by Jabba the Hutt. So Fat really wanted to ally with Jabba the Hutt and do Jabba the Hutt missions. So we touch down in Tatooine, and we're supposed to find this. We're supposed to like find somebody for our crew, because that's the story of every goddamn planet. And so we get there, and the first thing the game forces us to do is fucking slaughter Hutt men. We have we're there, we're in town, and we're forced to ally with this sheriff woman thing that is like defending the town. And so yeah, we immediately just start fucking killing the Hutts. And then Fat's like, oh man, this sucks. Like I didn't want,
like I actually wanted to work with them. And
I wanted to work with the Hutts.
I couldn't really do it from
don't
the
have a
get-go
choice in the
because
matter.
I'm killing all their dudes.
And then we decide, okay, well, like, we can fix this. It's okay. We're chilling. Let's just go to Jabba. Let's, like, try to start doing some missions. Let's, like, make him love us. You can't do that. You can only start interacting with Jabba once you progress the main story enough to the point where he captures you. Right?
He captures Nyx and actually tries to steal your pet. So, like, he does, like, one of the literally, like, worst things possible. And that's the only point where you can actually start interacting with Jabba and doing his stuff.
It seems like at that point, like, why even work with the Hutt in the first place? You're killing them, they're doing nasty shit to you, why even work with them?
Yeah. Oh, whoa. You good?
What I was gonna say was, before this, if reputation should be important, but if you had not killed the queen and you killed the princess who was working in the Crimson Dawn reputation should have gone to near zero. That should have been the case if that's how like that plan was supposed to work out. If the Crimson Dawn was supposed to get a princess in place of the queen, but that didn't work because it's your fault that didn't work. Yeah, that reputation should have gone near zero. That's like, isn't that taking out an entire faction?
That's their fucking grand strategy that they've obviously must have been planning for a long time. And sorry, I was muted, but I was saying, yeah, like Jabba fucked over the pet, and that's why he's terrible. Reputation. Like, Fat was like, hell yeah, I want to work with Jabba, right? But Fat didn't get organically fucked over by Jabba. He didn't go there of his own free will, start doing quests, and then realize of his own free will that this Jabba guy is kinda sleazy, and that he'll do things just because he finds it entertaining to him in the moment. So he gets fucked over by matter of consequence of the main story, and then they're like, okay, so now that the stage is set and Jabba just almost tried to eat your dog, you want to do some missions?
Yeah, you wanna work with them now?
I think I want to get off this planet.
And you know, even like talking about I didn't even finish with the Ashiga clan, because when we were doing that final mission, like Kay even fucking talked to them and was like, "Hey, how's your new queen?" Like, what?
What?
Y'all, they didn't have a new queen. We literally chose not to give them a new queen. Why are you saying this?
They should have said, "Are you stupid? We didn't get a new queen."
They did. They literally said that, like in the mission. They were like, "We have the same queen." What?
Oh, I guess you want it
the
now.
queen is the queen.
Yeah. So that dialogue and that cutscene where the Crimson Dawn acts all haughty-taughty for you messing their plans up while they think they're succeeding. That's those two scenes. I don't know how you can not notice that problem. taking your word for it, it feels like they just went and done it. They didn't even look back on what they did. So so you probably would have had the same cutscene then if you had killed the queen. That would have made more sense. But I guess the Ubisoft or the developers or whoever's in charge of cutscenes didn't look back to see if that made sense at all, whether it's you did it or not.
The Crimson Dawn girl basically said, "I shat my pants on purpose," and you were just like, but why? Because politics. And you didn't get what you wanted.
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Not
I
very
was
smart, are you?
The most epic thing that happened on the snow planet was, one, snow fell, and two, there was like a whole 2-minute long quick time event of
This was like
eating at a
straight
food
out
booth.
of like, yeah,
It was
you just
fucking
ate food.
awesome. We just walked up to the stand, this robot that was, I forget the robot's name from Diamond City that gives you noodles, Takahashi. It was Takahashi-esque. He just comes and he's just sort of whipping that shit up, and Nick starts slurping up some soup from the side, and then you're eating on the other side,
It's a
and you gotta
quick
hit
time.
the
There's like
QTEs.
20 quick time events that you have to hit in succession.
I thought we were so back. We landed on the, and then, okay, I'll go slow, but I thought we were so back. I saved the snow planet almost for last. Finally get there, touchdown, and we got a 20 quick time event long food sesh where you get to give Nick some amazing food to eat yourself. I'm like, dude, we are back. We might turn it around here. And then the Ashiga, we knew they were kind of like Japanese themed around there. We flew through the space nebula to even get through them, which was really cool. It felt like we were about to do this shit. And then we pulled up the map and realized that the whole Ashiga situation is localized entirely to one city. It's the only part of the game that doesn't have a full open world. I spent time on fucking Tatooine.
It had the best stuff in it, and it was all localized in this like really tiny city, which was like kind of crazy. If you think about it.
Oh, wait. So the other planets had like an open world you can drive around.
Every single planet has an open world except for Kijimi.
Oh, Kijimi.
Yes.
Oh,
the snow
okay.
planet.
And that was the only one that I was actually interested in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
that's
cool
rough.
locale. They should just not even have it then, if that's the case. They should just had that city and this problem placed on an already established city where you can already roam around.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal was, but just even if you do try to buy in and suspend your disbelief on multiple sections and say, okay, well, I'm gonna play my reputation and do all this stuff, the game blocks you off, railroads you into killing people that you don't want to kill, and then, you know, lets you start doing quests with those people at an inconvenient time, and it's just, yeah, it doesn't really lend itself to feeling organic in any way possible. They send you off to the races, and they're like, okay, so you're off to the races. Okay. They're like, okay, you're off to the races, but you better go at the pace that we want you to. No, you're not going to go get a relationship with Jabba right now. We won't allow that. Do this, blah, 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 blah. It's just, can't have your cake and eat it too, guys, here. You can't be lazy while also having, like, a choices matter faction type thing. I feel like I've said my piece. I've said it a million different ways, but it doesn't work in a variety of different ways.
It sounds like they have the worst timing. Here's the main quest for this planet. You're done with the main quest. You're ready to move on. Here's all the side objectives now, if you want to stay longer. But that should be mixed in with the main story.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then in order to get a break, like, it doesn't feel organic. So there are side stuff there, but so let's say you do a thing and you're about ready to leave Jabba's planet, and then, you know, all that's the stuff opens. You then have to just, like, go to a town and just meet some random guy there, and there's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of some of the best side quests involve you coming along some just random guy that's like, oh, I'm chilling, hanging around, just rather inconspicuous, and then it turns out to be something bigger than it really is. But that's a lot of the Star Wars Outlaw main quests, is they're not really, or side quests, they're not really connected to the factions unless you're including like the busy work type missions that don't really introduce any characters or anything like that. And you have characters that are just like out in the field and like, hey man, yo, you want to like save my brother, or yo, bro, that's a nice blaster you got. I know where you could get an upgrade. You know, it doesn't rope you into any story that feels like some side quest shit, that feels like some Witcher side quest shit. Like, oh, okay, we starting something over here. It's like a series of one and dones.
And that's strange too. I remember playing some older Ubisoft games that follow a similar formula, and you would have interesting side stories. I remember a Far Cry game where it just pretty much turned into, it was normal at first, but then you realize like as it go on, it turns into more of like a supernatural like horror story. Where it's just, they don't have any stories like that at all in here. It's just like activities and, well, I was gonna say faction quests, but there are no faction quests from what I gather.
I feel like the side quests were better than the faction shit. Like, there was this one mission that me and Waffle, it was like at the beginning of the game, we were trying to get a booster.
The sound is really
something's
bugged.
wrong with the audio.
Yeah. We need to go to title screen. Hopefully this I'm just gonna restart the whole game in case it doesn't fix it. But go ahead.
But yeah, me and Waffle, we were trying to upgrade our speeder because we were like, oh yeah, you know, like speeder upgrade, that'll be awesome, you know, go faster around this open world. So we talked to this chick and she's like, yeah, well, I'll help you, but you got to go inside this Imperial compound or this like wind turbine thing and secure this thing from the Imperials because I made some kind of terrible ass device that's like destroying the ecosystem. So like you should go turn it off. So we went to the place and it was this giant sprawling like underground cavern that just kept going on and on with like different tunnels and like it was like this environment that was like there was no enemies or anything, but it was just like I guess like the traversal puzzles of like trying to figure out how to get from like each point to point was like engaging, and it looked really cool. Like the environments were like just like big and very
industrial.
Industrial, and like you felt like you were diving through this fucking facility, like actually there trying to do this thing. And you know, that was just a random side quest for a speeder upgrade. And it was like, that was way more compelling than the other stuff that you were sending us on. Like the main mission stuff.
It seems to me like they were trying to disguise the main quests as side quests. Because they weren't optional, but they felt like you were doing side quests, but they can't really be.
You mean like the booster?
No, not the booster thing. I mean, because I don't think you have to do that. But I mean stuff like when we went and then we boarded the Imperial ship and we weren't expecting all that shit, you know, because we weren't like we didn't feel like we were talking really to anybody of import. Like I feel like some of the big grand stuff kind of caught us by surprise in the beginning, and we were like, whoa, what's going on here? This is crazy. But that's because you have to do those things for factions because the factions are integrated into the main quest. So it feels like you're doing some optional faction shit that's really cool and thought out, and there's more of it, but it's actually main quest stuff disguised.
I'm not sure what to think about that. I think, like, can you give me an example of, like, when that was?
I would say really anything regarding the factions. Like, going to them and then them telling you that, you know, you need they would want something from you. And it's not really
You mean like
optional.
that one with the Gorak and the...
Yeah. what are you
No,
doing
because
here?
that thing with Gorak and like us going to him when he said, "Hey, we need you to do this thing."
Yeah,
There
I
was
mean,
a
but that was,
stupid thing
but
that happened, but
I
like,
mean
it was
the
optional.
the good stuff, the good like that's
You're
not
talking
a good.
about like the Jabba thing, or like
I'd have to go and get an example, but there was just many times throughout where I felt like we were doing something for a faction and it was cool, right? Because there's plenty of faction busy work that is just actually a side quest that doesn't go anywhere. But there's times where I thought that I felt like I was being edged. Like I was like, oh, this is the beginning of something for this faction. This is about to start something. I'm about to go down a side quest rabbit hole. This is going to be really cool. But in reality, I was just doing what I absolutely needed to do in order to progress the main story. And that stuff that I thought was coming, that I was opening up this side quest stuff on, never came because that I had to do that. Everybody had to do it. It wasn't side content. It was mandatory main quest.
right. And then it's just kind of like it feels a lot less special because
yeah,
not
I'd have to
like
go-
choices don't matter. That's what it ends up being.
But yeah, that's how I felt like. Other than that, a lot of this, like what you mentioned, a lot of the side stuff, the side content felt not all that great. Yeah, the
No,
only...
I feel like the side content did feel great. Like
You feel like the side content felt great? I mean,
like
there was a few there was a few examples, right? But for the most part, the side content to me was not that great. We did some things that felt good, like the speeder bike thing, and I would say that the Gorash or whatever the Pike leader's name is, I would say that mission wasn't that bad. We docked on a place, the place was cool. We went in the back, we had like the choice or whatever. Like in a vacuum, that was a cool mission, but I played so many not cool ones. I played so many not cool ones that were like less than that. And so those were definitely the minority.
I guess I see where you're coming from, yeah.
And then when you factor in the fact that the mission that Gorash like sent us, like man, like if they had more of those, then that mission was slightly above mid. That mission was slightly above mid because I felt like, again, I felt like it was the beginning of something more, and I was wanting to be surprised.
That's the thing.
Because there were a lot of things at play. We fucked over Gorash again, and then the Crimson Dawn. We go to leave, and then the guy that we were just like, yo, bro, actually, we don't fuck with the Pikes. Like, we're on your side. Chill, bro. This is just a prank. And when we left, he called pirates on us, and we were like, oh no, like, yo, what if the Crimson Dawn hears about this? Like, I don't want Crimson Dawn to know I've been killing their boys. Like, I didn't want this, but he called them on me. And so then the Crimson Dawn call you.
Stupid. Like, we helped him, and then he's like, I'm gonna kill you anyways.
I mean, he didn't want any loose ends. I thought that it made sense. It's just stressful for me, at least. And then the Crimson Dawn rep calls you, and she's like, okay, so we looked into the situation a bit more, and we realized that you did aid us, and we're sorry about what he did. We're sorry that he did that. And then your rep went up, and I'm like, oh damn, okay, so these guys are understanding. Like, they're not going to be baited by a simple misunderstanding. They know what I did. We're tight. Okay, that's cool, but yeah, it didn't matter. Like, none of the stuff mattered. I felt like it was the beginning of something greater. It was
You
not.
got a real Sabak face. I had no idea you were a rebel.
Hey, that's the idea. Gotta keep a low profile.
I'm gonna
is
get going,
that what you
but
But you can't do that. Lando Calrissian's on stream right now. You can't.
Oh, I love Lando. I love his character. I love his everything.
this was
but
worth the trouble.
I don't know. I feel like I'm not ready. I have to play the game myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. You should stay
This
pure.
is like some super epilogue backstory shit. I'm just gonna be missing out. I know it's just quest complete, but I'm sure there's a quest chain for this entire thing.
Oh yeah, this is the first, and this is like an 8-step question, dude. Dream on,
Outlaws
Cinnamon.
2 right here.
Fuck out of here, dude. We're talking this Lando shit is epic.
Yo.
All right, well, yeah, thanks for popping in. I'm glad we got to trauma dump on you. We're gonna go try to beat Bosnock at poker.
Yeah, now that we learned the
It
trick,
seems
we're
like you
gonna
can.
go
It
beat
seems like now
Bosnak.
you can cheat. It looks like from what I saw. So good luck.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. That's exactly what we'll do.
If it doesn't work out, you could always just shoot him with the blaster. That always
Hey, well,
works.
Fat, what's your final review score?
Oh man, I wanted to give this game a 7 at first, but I feel like as it was going along, it has a lot of stuff that it does good, but it also has a lot that it does bad and poorly and just mediocre. I feel like it falls into like 6 territory.
Yeah, I wanted it to be a 7 too, and I was hoping that it would surprise me and be an 8, but I cannot give this game a 7. I cannot. There
That
are other
ending
games
was
that
just
are.
so rough.
Even if the ending was good, even if the ending knocked my socks off and was hella badass,
But that has
I
like
wouldn't be able to
such a
give it a
huge
7.
impact on like how the game sits with you. Like
It's
forever.
too much of a trudge. Not me. I don't have any recency bias. I'm gonna remember everything, and when I recommend a game to somebody, I'm gonna remember the highs and the lows. I'm gonna think about for them to get to the end of the game, what do they gotta do? They gotta be fucking speedering through pike territory, being chased by guys who are fucking slamming themselves into rocks at 200 miles an hour. They gotta do tedious things. There are gonna be some great quests in there that are few and far in between, and they'll never beat Bosnak at poker. And with all of these things considered, even if the finale is great, the repetition is just too much. Repetition is too much. God forbid they play stealth and they see all those takedowns of K punching stormtroopers in the head.
And they weren't
Stealth's
even
terrible.
good. The stealth was just bad from the start. Like
The
how
stealth
do you,
was so
how did you,
unengaging.
I'm surprised coming from like the studios that made like, you know, Assassin's Creed. I mean, I guess the studio Massive, whatever their name is, they didn't make Assassin's Creed, but like Ubisoft, you know, they own it. I'm sure they can like give them stealth like mechanics and whatnot from their other games or like anything to base shit off of.
You would have to, if I was building this, I would go and I would find the most acclaimed Assassin's Creed games. I would look at them. I would figure out who was the lead gameplay designer for those, and then I would put them on this project. And I can almost guarantee you that that probably was not the case. If there's an Assassin's Creed gameplay designer that was on this project, it probably wasn't from a one that was well received and understood the things that people really loved for the stealth in those games. Maybe they couldn't implement it for a variety of reasons. Sorry, lead gameplay designer, if you're watching this, I'm like shitting on what you got going on here. I don't know your circumstances, but a big part of what makes stealth good is not all of the bells and whistles you put around it. Funnily enough, I had mentioned this before, me and Haven had mentioned it, and it's really just the level design. It's the level design, and the level design for the stealth in this game feels like you're going to spend a lot of your time, it feels like just waiting. It feels like just waiting. It doesn't feel like
Sitting
planning.
around a corner, and then when you like actually complete your plans, you know, you get the guy lured over to your corner. You get like the shittiest executions that I've seen in a long time. Like that's your reward.
They're bad. They're really bad. So you're waiting. You wait for the stealth to play itself, basically. The stealth will play itself, and then you go through it. You get really bad assassinations that don't feel that good. People can say what they want about Assassin's Creed Shadows, but what I was seeing from those executions, that shit was slick. The girl was running in. She slid. She like tripped one dude, stabbed him in the neck, and then like kipped herself back up all in a few smooth motions. Badass. I could see that 100 times. I'm not going to get upset. There wasn't even a slide animation takedown. You run up to somebody, you slide smooth and slickly, and then you press V, and then your character just jarringly resets, stands up into a random ass dog shit standing takedown where she punches a stormtrooper through the helmet and gives him CTE somehow with their bare knuckles, even though they should be broken and bleeding after doing that for the 200th time. And then you unlock the stun baton in hopes that your execution game will get cooler.
And then she fucking stun batons them into a punch in the face.
And she still punches
what?
them. Yeah, and she only does it on elite people, so you don't even really get to see it anyways. Yeah, man, it's a rough state of affairs. The stealth was not done well. So if I'm gonna recommend this to somebody, there's two ways you can play it. You can play it guns blazing, or you can play it stealth. That is it. A lot of the times you'll have a little bit of a hybrid, but also similar to the narrative, the stealth.
Something good.
What do I say? Consequences are not there because the way that the levels are structured, it's like it resets what it wants you to do. Sometimes it says don't raise an alarm, and then if you get spotted, you're found out instantly, and then you just have to instantly reset, which I think is lazy, but whatever. And then there's times where they say you don't have to like not raise an alarm, and so you can go loud so long as you don't let anybody pull an alarm, which they don't have the most urgency in attempting to do, mind you. And so if you successfully blow up a hangar of stormtroopers and, you know, you make the most amount of noise possible, but nobody pulls a lever or anything, and then you go to the next area and it's like, don't raise any alarms. It feels like you're taking turns between going absolutely batshit insane and then doing stealth. And it feels so, you have to suspend your disbelief so much because you're inside of a ship that has cameras and people on radios all throughout. It's basically a hive mind. So it's like, it doesn't make any sense that you're taking each room differently and that the rooms ahead are not factoring in the information of what happened into the rooms before. A lot of the times when we would assassinate people,
Palace where I like started blasting. I got so tired of the stealth because we couldn't even handle any of the Gamorreans because they were all resistant to just normal stealth attacks. But we had to like, you know, I didn't really have a choice. It was either like stealth through them and not raise, because I couldn't raise the alarm at all. So I had to stealth through, or I had to go loud and kill all these really tanky enemies. So I just started blasting because that was the best thing I could do. And in each section, it was like Boba Fett was like sitting there, like just pouring over like some shit on a table.
Yeah.
And like didn't realize the fucking explosions in the next room over were like something that he should check out.
Yes, we were actively fucking blowing holes in Jabba's underground, and yeah, we saw Boba Fett there, literally there, like in the next room over. We're stealthing past him after making all that noise, screaming, explosions, and Boba's just like, yo, man, so like, want to play some sabacc? Like, yeah, like it just
he's just chilling. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It feels terrible. It really does. It feels terrible. What the fuck?
I'm double drawing. Lando taught me this. What the fuck?
He didn't teach you well enough.
No, he didn't.
Suspicious opponents.
Oh.
Increase.
They didn't give me a button, man.
Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got
So
a
we're
one though.
Talking about the stealth, yeah. So it's like, think about stealth in this game like a train car. And it's that this is not going. Geralt never did that move. He never did that move. You're fucking right about that. You could think of the stealth in this game as like a train car, and anything you do in one train car does not affect any of the other train cars in the line, and so it feels really goofy. Because if you're playing Hitman and you know you do something, you know, like if you do something all the way in the other corner of the fucking map a mile away, that eventually, if you did not cover your tracks well enough, somebody's gonna spot that, and it's gonna work its way to people being hot on your ass wherever you are. That is not the case in this game. It feels very much dummied down. The guy all the way in the distance that you killed in Hitman might as well be fucking despawned because you're not going back through that area. Nobody's gonna come through that area to check on the 30 troopers that you just eviscerated, and so it feels really stupid. It feels dumbed down, compartmentalized, and inconsequential ultimately. So you might as well, if you fail a few times on stealth and you get upset and it doesn't explicitly tell you not to trigger an alarm, you might as well pull out the railgun and just start blasting, and then try again in the next zone when you're less tilted. Because it's also really tedious. You gotta wait for people to. Oh my motherfucking god! Nah, no, not done. Y'all almost got away with this bullshit. No. So this game, whether or not you're doing stealth or actual combat, has a soft cover system. It's got a soft cover system where you will walk up to cover while crouching, and you will kind of like snap onto it, kind of. The problem with this is that you don't actually know when you are fully in cover. And so while Kay can pick her hand up and blast over the cover just fine sometimes, by the way, sometimes because you're not snapped into soft cover, you can aim your gun and you can shoot the wall and blow yourself up. Or you can deadeye and like hit a fucking, I don't know,
God,
hit the corner of something.
Frustrating thing ever. It's
Yes,
always
this-
happening to me.
It wasn't all that rare. It has happened quite a few times throughout the playthrough. And so that's the combat side of things that the soft cover fucks you over on. In the stealth side of things, there was a very key specific time that I'm probably just going to play at this point where I was behind cover, the character's crouched down, her hand is basically on the case, and there's this guy that comes up within melee range. If you're in cover and somebody comes within assassination range, you're supposed to be able to press V and you will get a special cover takedown where you pull them in and assassinate them behind that cover you were on. But because you don't quite know this, the cover system is so vague, like early in. Later in, I realized that a lot of cover was actually not cover, and it wasn't going to work the way that I wanted, which is a whole nother problem. But while you're still figuring that out, there's gonna be a lot of times where you figure that you're in cover, somebody comes close to you, you press V, and instead of getting a cover takedown, you leap out with these dinky ass punches, start punching a stormtrooper in the head, and I don't have to explain to you how that will easily fuck up your stealth run. So yeah, the cover system is problematic in terms of the combat, the fluidity of the combat, and the stealth. There should have just been like a snap alongside the soft. I do love soft cover when utilized right. I would have preferred like a manual thing you could snap in, something like that, whatever the case may be. But leaving it vague all the way through until you learn what is and isn't doesn't feel the best.
I feel like the most jarring and annoying thing for me was the mandatory stealth sections. Not like the ones where you couldn't trigger an alarm, but like the sections where you had to go into like, say, Pike Clan territory, but you could not use any of your weapons at all. You had to like actually just work your way through it and not go loud. And the reason why it bothered me so much is because you would go and do that, and then you would go even deeper into the Pike territory, and suddenly you're like allowed to use your weapons again. Like the whole point of you not using your weapons in the first half of that fucking clan territory is just arbitrary game nonsense, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yes, like if you can fight your way out, you can fight your way in.
And like why? Like why is this even like? Why are you doing this to me right now?
In games that have stuff like stealth, and then the stealth section forces you to do combat. It was actually in recent memory. There's plenty of games that do it, but 2 games stand out to me in recent memory, and one of these call-outs is about to be weird, because the game is ass. So I'll get the ass game out of the way first. So, Watch Dogs Legion is a terrible game.
Okay.
Watch Dogs Legion is basically just a decompartmentalized version of Watch Dogs 2, a vastly better game, and it is decompartmentalized, it's watered down, and kind of similarly to Star Wars Outlaws, it's given this kind of fake spice that they thought was going to bring everything together. So in Outlaws' case, it was the faction system, and in Watch Dogs Legion's system, it was the recruit anybody anywhere system. So anyways, this is a general overview, and it's kind of relevant to this. And it's that, again, I'm about to talk about this game. This is not a good game. I'm not painting Watch Dogs Legion in a good light. But anyways, I had stealth operatives that I would specifically use because they had very good stealth benefits. You know, like maybe they couldn't be heard as well, blah, blah, blah. They got like gun kata. But because of that, they don't have combat capabilities. And I was on the hardest difficulty, which was Iron Man, which means that if you die, you are cooked. You're not getting that person back.
Bosnock's
gone. You beat Bosnock.
I beat Bosnock. Give me
Round of
juice,
applause. We got the
motherfucker.
juice. We
Your
got
juice
that
is
juice.
mine.
I think I won the pot.
Yeah. Don't get a big head about it.
Good game, Bosnock. Nice to see a familiar face.
Come back again. I'll win it all back eventually.
Never playing it back. GG no re.
Take that
GG no
thing
re.
around. Yeah,
GG no
re.
fucking
Not
re.
happening.
All right. So,
You're a little
anyways,
cheater anyway.
there was a time where like I'd be doing stealth, and hold on, yeah, let's get celebrated.
Got a reputation to uphold, right?
Every player in Miragana is gonna know your name now, kid. Word spreads fast. You might even get invites from high rollers on other planets.
Whew. All right. Anyways, so I would have an operative that was good at stealth, and there's some times where you'd hack a thing and it would just fucking sound an alarm and it would go crazy. And the thing is that you can't, like, if you're playing on Iron Man, it's really difficult to just fight your way into a compound, do whatever you want, and leave. If you have a stealth operative, and even if you don't have a stealth operative, things can get dicey. So there was a time where I was deep in somewhere, I stealthed my way through, I had my cameras locked and loaded, and I'm like deep underground, and then I hacked this thing, and then boom, red alert, whole facility is alerted, and these guys start pouring in, and I'm like, no, my stealth girl is about to get fucking dropped, and I'm like fighting for my life, you know. And it's a stark contrast to Star Wars Outlaws, where you got spotted and you're like, okay, cool, so I'm gonna railgun you, I'm gonna leave a fucking crater in your skull, and I'm gonna do that to the next 20 guys that come through that door. And I didn't need to be on Iron Man mode where I lost my character to feel that intensity, because ultimately, like, you kind of want to beat the game without dying a whole lot. So I still wanted to survive, and so these guys start coming through, and like, you miss your shots, it's critical, you're taking damage, and it felt great. And I liked that they challenged me in that way, that I had a character that was built for stealth, and they occasionally wanted to test my ability to do combat with that stealth loadout. That felt great. And yeah, it doesn't feel arbitrary, because I can't just fight my way in and fight my way out whenever I want at a whim. But that game is dog shit. Do not buy that. I don't recommend that game. And then
Just
the
have
other
one
game,
good system that you enjoyed.
yes, no, it wasn't a good system. The system was dog shit. It just had a moment of brilliance. It was lightning in a bottle, is all. It happened like 1 or 2 times in like 20 hours, something like that. Anyways, the other time was in Horizon Zero Dawn, where I was stealthing my way through a compound. Again, higher difficulty, you will get one shot, and I'm stealthing my way through because you have resource management in that game. And because I was inside of a cauldron, a metal area, there's not a lot of twigs and fucking all blaze and things like that for me to constantly fashion new bombs with. So I'm stealthing my way through, because if I run out of resources, I'm fucked. I've got like a stealth build, and the resources that I have pack a punch, but they're limited. So I want to stealth, and when things get loud, I can handle myself, but only so far as efficiently as my build allows. So the spice in that situation is the resource management. And so for Watch Dogs, it was more so like you're coming in with a specific thing, you're not combat, you're like either or, kind of, can't really hybrid too much. And in this case, it was, when things are going loud, I can deal with my enemies, but to a certain extent. I am limited. I can't just sit here and bomb these guys forever. My best equipment needs to be restocked. And so that was really challenging. I was going through, figuring out which guy was worth using a bomb on, or a sonic arrow, or this, and that felt great. But you're not gonna get any of that kind of stuff with Star Wars Outlaws. You're not gonna run low on resources. You're not gonna care about dying, because I mean, we died, okay, we died. But the enemies are not threatening, especially if you're on like normal. They're fucking laughable. But yeah,
when we were playing through normal mode, the AI for like the enemies being able to even detect us in stealth mode without any gear or anything they were like practically blind,
That's a job
and
for a traitor?
it was like, it was bad. And the way, like, normal mode difficulty for this game just feels way too easy and brain dead.
Yeah, if you played on, and the difficulty is I didn't know if there was another difficulty. I probably would have checked at some point, but you don't pick a difficulty when you start the game. You press spacebar to either continue, or you open
It's
up
hidden
accessibility.
under accessibility settings,
Yes.
which is why, what? Like, you would expect colorblind mode, or like some kind of thing. And I actually recently heard a conversation about this.
I think I get where you're gonna go to. I think I know, but go ahead.
It has to do with people being upset about like not being able to beat a game, and so it's like it was like a game journalist type thing where they were given the story mode, quote unquote, like difficulty, where like the enemies don't actually do damage. And they chose to hide it in like accessibility settings because like it's just like way less I guess psychologically damaging to call it that than to call it like baby bitch mode.
Yes, I do think that it was very much an intentional choice to put the difficulty inside accessibility to kind of take a little bit of the edge of what the game, what a game difficulty actually is, and it's not. It's like they're saying it's not a. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's not like, it's saying like not a preferred way of play or a gaming mode. It's not a mode of game. It's not normal mode. It's not hard mode. It's like increasing or decreasing your handicap. But it's not a mode. Is what
right.
But it's weird because again, like people don't understand that. I didn't understand that. Normal mode is dead easy.
We came into thinking that there wasn't difficulty settings because it didn't say difficulty setting at the beginning. You know, every single game we play, most of them have had like, oh, you're gonna be playing merciless mode. That's serious business, and if you do this, you're probably gonna die. And we're like, oh boy, you know, that's our jam, you know, we love hard games, and just playing it at like a level where we have to think about shit, you know?
I gotta imagine there's a good portion of people that played this all the way through on normal because they just didn't think
without even
difficulty
realizing
was varied. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a good amount of people that probably wanted more challenge and didn't know that it was there. And we dug through all of the settings to find difficulty because we actually could not fucking believe how brain dead normal mode was. So, like, again, I'm not insulting people that are actually disabled and they need these settings. I think that colorblind and whatever the studio can afford should be in the game, absolutely, for accessibility. But we don't need to have the difficulty inside of accessibility. This is not a stance that we need to take. This is not winning any battle.
This doesn't have to be weirdly political or anything. Like, I don't know, it's just a difficulty setting, man.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Okay, so yeah, we've talked about, I mean, I guess we kind of lightly touched around the combat. We talked about stealth, but combat-wise, combat gets kind of boring. I'll just go ahead. I actually
enjoyed it for the most part, but I want to hear what you thought about it.
For me, I think the most comparable game to this game's combat is Control. In Control, you have basically a blaster, and the blaster can be fashioned in a variety of different ways. So you can have a railgun, which was my fucking jam, and then you can press R and have it change into an SMG, which was also my fucking jam. And so you would cycle between that, you would mod it a bit, and so doing that was cool, but it would get really fucking boring, just like how I felt in Star Wars Outlaws. But the difference is, I mean, I can't really talk about this without spoiling some things, but Jesse basically has the Force. So she can do a whole lot of things that make the game feel a lot more cooler and give some life to the idea of just swapping between 2 pistol modes. You can yank things out of the sky, basically parry rockets, give yourself an earthbender shield wall and throw it at the enemy, fly, slam, do all kinds of different shit. So it gives you a really cool, it gives you more things to kind of, I guess, yeah, extend your enjoyment of that system. For this, no. It's literally just cover, boom, switch mode, spray, cover, boom, 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 switch mode, spray. Occasionally, you'll pick up a weapon. Hopefully, you don't get that one grenade launcher. That shit is ass. And then you like use a weapon and you'll use it up, and then that's it. Some people might then say if you don't like the blaster, then you should have just went down the path of being able to use other people's equipment more. And to that, I say, I don't want to put perks into something that allows me to use a weapon more, and then every time I get into combat, I'm hitting a fucking Call of Duty Zombies mystery box, praying that the Stormtrooper drops the weapon that I like using.
See, but I kind of like being able to go into the, like, and see just, like, what weapon I'm gonna be using for this particular fight.
Space combat's really loud. I gotta turn it down real quick.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I liked the... It felt very video gamey. I'll say that was my, like, biggest complaint with it. Like, why the fuck can't you, like, pick up this blaster, okay? Like, wouldn't you actually want to hold on to this? Like, this is kind of a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
So it felt very, like, gamey the way that she kept tossing all her good shit away. And that was, like, the biggest annoying thing for me. But, like, the guns themselves were fun to play with. Because they were made so, like, powerful compared to the pistol. Because they were, you know, the power weapons of the game. So, like, they felt kind of rewarding to use, even though the devs clearly didn't really want you to keep the guns.
I guess. I mean, the sniper rifle was basically just a 3-gun that shot a bit faster. That's all I really felt from it. And I, like, the sniper rifle would drop, and I would just ask myself, do I really want to bother picking up a sniper rifle and, like, using this scope and zooming in and shit when I could just keep on blasting? And I was just like, I'm not even going to be bothered to pick the thing up. It's basically what I already have in my hands, except it's closer to hit scan than what I have. Faster projectile. It didn't feel all that cool. I mean, that the blue grenade launcher that I committed war crimes with was fun, I guess, but, you know, it's only got like 8 shots in it. And it doesn't really do much to change the gameplay. The guns don't, at the end of the day, whichever gun you pick up, you're still very much playing the same game, and you're not really doing any cool shit mid-combat along the way. Like Watch Dogs, you know, if you can use there's a variety of different guns, but you also have gadgets and things like that to throw out while you're doing your thing. I mentioned Control. You have all of those different tools to use at your arsenal. Those are the games, when it comes to, like, single-player games focused on guns, that I find the most engaging, that you ideally, at most efficiency, you getting through the game is using your tools in a strategic way, as well as fighting, and not just purely your gun skill. And I feel like a lot of Star Wars Outlaws encounters comes down simply to your gun skill in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, but, like, so what you're saying is that there just wasn't enough, like, versatility?
There wasn't enough versatility. Like, Nyx was basically useless in combat. Yeah, it would get to the point where, like, the enemies had, I guess they were, like, tougher or something, and Nyx would jump on their face, and he would just bounce off. You know, a good amount of the guys, he wouldn't actually be able to CC them.
It was just the elite enemies that was the case.
Just the elite enemies. Well, even without that, using Nyx in combat just felt a little too sluggish for me. Like, I'd have to press Alt, and I'd be getting shot at, and then you send Nix with a left click. He starts running in there, and then he jumps up on their face, and then it's like during that time, I'm being shot at. I could be shooting him and CCing him so he's not doing damage to me. If I shoot him, he will be CC'd, and I won't be taking damage. But instead, I send Nix in, and Nix is going to take at least 5 seconds to jump on his face. And I'm going to probably take damage.
At that point, you could have killed him.
Yeah,
but,
I could have killed him.
It was useful when you were fighting multiple people so that you could, like, send Nix in so that you're not taking damage from 2 people. You only have to worry about 1. And then it's like, okay, he's doing that.
But it's,
I got this guy.
I get you.
It was useful sometimes.
It was useful sometimes for sure, but Nix is an old dog with 1 trick in combat. That's the only thing he does. He never gets anything else. I don't even know what the hell else you would give Nix, but you know, again, it's the same thing over and over and over and over. Yeah, some outlaw gadgets would have been nice. Some scrappy K-Tech, you know, something that felt like grimy and clever, maybe a bit cheeky. Something that's just like, oh, okay, all right, that's sly. But no, it's, you know, you play K like a goddamn marauder, and you sick your dog on people, and you do that for I don't know how many dozens of hours, and that just didn't feel amazing. It didn't feel all that great for me. It felt pretty fucking boring, and a lot of the times when I was switching back between my blaster and whatnot, I was like, I wish I was just playing Control again. Because that was more fun, and I had the Force. I was basically a Jedi. So it was cooler.
Well, that is an issue with a game where, you know, they're strictly not doing a Jedi. Is she kind of just has whatever is available to her.
I'm not saying that she should have been a Jedi or anything, right? But even Agent Sin from SWTOR had more gadgets than K. Right, like you remember Grizzly's character?
Yeah.
Like, he's got like the shield wall that he could pop up. Boom, he's got the shield wall. Okay, he's blasting. And then he had like, I don't know, this little medic robot that would pop out of his back, spray him down with some nanites or some shit. And then he had like his critical target analyzer. Pew, you know, hit that shit. He's gonna do more crit damage. Like, honestly, I would prefer to play fucking tab target combat Star Wars: The Old Republic Hunter than K. I mean, maybe that's a crazy take, but I think that that's more engaging.
Call up your ship, Skorak. I'm working.
She has like, what does she have? She has the smoke bomb. She has Nix.
Smoke bomb, Nix. Yeah, and smoke bomb is practically useless until you get stunned. And you're not going to get stunned super early, so for at least half the game, your smoke bomb doesn't really do shit. Smoke bomb doesn't work like how I thought it would. I thought I'd be able to do smoke bomb, and people would be like, huh, that's weird. And then you would be able to like vanish into the shadows, but when you do smoke bomb, it's so loud, it sounds like a giant ass firework going off. The whole compound basically gets alerted when you do smoke bomb. So it's like, is smoke bomb a stealth tool or not? I don't know what's going on here. More often than not, it's not even worth doing smoke bomb, because if somebody yellow spots you, you might as well, like, if you're stealthing, you probably have gear that lowers their detection time and things like that. So if they yellow spot you, you can either smoke bomb and make your situation 10 times worse by alerting more people simply by the sound of that damn thing, or you could take your chances and just try to get around a corner for him to not see you anymore. And so I just stopped using smoke bomb as a stealth tool, and then when I got concussive smoke, it then became a combat tool because it stunned people. So yeah, she's got smoke bomb, and again, I went off on that because it's only useless when you get concussive smoke. If you don't have concussive smoke, smoke bomb really does not do shit. It buys you a second and a half.
Lose you. Like, yeah, it's weird. I'm not really sure how well the smoke bomb works. I didn't really even use it enough because, like, I mean, it was on the Z button. Like, who the fuck's pressing Z?
I like Z4 key. Better than fucking 5 for binoculars, but I like Z. I fuck with Z. I press Z a lot. Z is my sorry key for Overwatch. So I'm pressing.
But that's for like
Z
a voice line, not like an ability button. I've never
Okay,
I mean,
your voice lines on Overwatch might as well be an ability, dude. Like, you can save lives with that shit. That shit is an
you tilt
ability.
the enemy so hard that you, like, save someone's life.
I'm
pretty
serious.
much.
I press sorry at least, like, I don't know, 6 times a game. And probably as many. Nah, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. But anyways, yeah, no, I think that smoke bomb just was not really wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
Not enough to be like her only tool.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. You got Nyx, you got smoke bomb. And look, man, I'm sure there's other things, man, but we completed the game doing a specific thing. I am not gonna fucking go and do, I don't know, an additional 7 hours of busy work just to get a bunch more equipment that may or may not even be there. From what we perused here, let me check this real quick. Did we unlock most of these guys and abilities? Let's see. Yeah, so we unlocked most of them. Maybe there's like a DLC thing here.
There's Deadeye. Deadeye is another ability.
Deadeye isn't there, but Deadeye didn't feel good to use for me. Deadeye just felt like a cop-out. I mean, like...
Especially during the speeder driving sections. Oh my lord. I did not want to use Deadeye for literally everything. I wanted to, like, actually have to do something.
Yeah, it feels like Deadeye is the game playing itself. And then Deadeye starts to get so goddamn crazy where you can just start tagging, I don't know, 5 or 6 people. And it's just like, okay, you guys are wiped now. And then boom, 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 boom. It doesn't feel as... Okay. Anyway,
it's supposed to make you feel epic, but I got more so the vibe that I was just kind of like not even playing the game at that point.
That's something I want to talk about though. That is very interesting. I'll be right back though. I gotta do something quick before we go off on that.
All right. Holy shit! I did not know signing up for the hut missions meant that I was gonna be doing all space combat. What the fuck is this? This is like a crazy amount of space combat. I feel like, I mean, I guess I gotta save the conversation for when Waffle gets back, because there's just too much shit to say. But I feel like for saying that it's a 6, it sounds like we hate it. Like
I am back.
Welcome back. I was just saying, like, for a 6, I know we're tearing it apart, but like there is good things about this game, and I think the reason why it's so easy to like point out all the bad things is because like I think that this game has a lot of potential. Like, it was so close to just being a pretty damn good game.
I think so too.
But it just like fell apart. It dropped the spaghetti at the last second, and like
it really had the potential to be an 8. It really did. And all it had to do was like remove a planet. It needed better. The development needed better resource management.
Needed more refined. Like,
yes, it needed more refined.
It needed more
They needed to go
polish.
less wide. They needed to go a bit more narrow. And so I'm still debating internally whether or not I want to go off on this. I'm not going to make this long actually, because there's a lot of ways I could approach this. But I did want to touch on something that you said, and I felt like that was going to go into the direction of difficulty in gaming, which could be its own video entirely. But some people like feeling powerful in their RPG. Some people like acquiring something that is very strong. I like doing that. I think the majority of gamers like doing that. My problem lies where it becomes too much and it starts to feel like and I've used this analogy before, I know, but it feels like you're drifting circles around somebody in a wheelchair. It starts to become too much. Like, they can't fight back. I don't like that kind of power. It's something that's been brought up when it comes to stuff like Persona games, difficulty in Persona games, and people are like, okay, well, I grinded for this thing, and then I want to feel powerful, and I want to do that. And I'm like, okay, cool for you. But I put this game, I cranked it on the max difficulty, okay? So there should be a difficulty for people that want to play the RPG in a very RP sense and don't care so much for the G. But I very much do like the game, and I want the game to continue to feel like a game as I get my upgrades and to kind of change its challenge to accommodate. And that's a very tricky thing to do well. But a lot of people are going to say things like, oh, well, don't you want your upgrades to be impactful and things like that? And I do. But I want the enemy to be able to consistently challenge me throughout the game and not simply...
They need to be able to respond to you getting stronger. Like,
yes.
I think the biggest problem with this game, with the enemies, and the reason why I feel like they kind of got boring is that, like, between the Pikes, the Crimson Dawn, whoever the fuck, they all kind of felt the same except for the Imperials, which had, like, slightly more upgrades.
And the Gamorreans,
and, like,
they were,
you know,
that was it.
The Gamorreans, I guess, like, and the Zarek Besh guys had, like, more armor and they were kind of tankier. But, like,
yeah,
they all played very much the same. They had the same AI, the same tactics, the same weapons. Like, there needs to be more, especially between factions, like, different varieties of enemies that are doing different things to try and fuck you over in the game.
Yes.
And, like, if I'm gonna go fight the Pikes, I gotta be shaking in my boots because they got, like, grenadiers that want to run up and blow up on me or something, you know?
Yes, this is something
like that.
This is something that I actually did a brief write-up on, just for, like, game theory and thinking about things like that. And one thing that I noticed in games that I love when it comes to whether or not it's FPS games or ARPG games of melee-type combat is complementary spawns. When you go into a room and all of the enemies aren't the same type, like wizards in the back casting fireballs. Let's say there's 3 wizards. Okay, cool. That's not very engaging. I like it when you go into a room and the game, let's say Star Wars Outlaws case, for example. The Gamorreans, they charge you. So they make it hard for you to play hide and seek, pot-shotting with your blaster over and over, that boring combat style. They're going to charge you. So if you couple them with anybody else, it makes it tricky. And let's say, for example, snipers. Let's say snipers are in the distance and you got these guys with their axes charging you. That presents a different problem because you have to run from them and you're being sniped at. Right, and that's a lot different than just spawning in 3 guys with an axe that chase you around, or spawning 3 snipers in the distance.
Yeah, and that really wasn't much of a case in this game. Like, they just were not around for the most part. It was all the same guys over and over again. So I guess I kind of get how it could have became, like, boring for you because we weren't really, like, doing anything different between encounters. It was just, the thing that was changing was the level design. That was about it. Sometimes the enemies were a little different, but it wasn't much. And even in the end game, like, the only difference between the enemies is you have the default and then you've got the elite enemies. And then the elite enemies just have more health and better weapons and stuff. Like, their tactics are still kind of exactly the same.
Yeah.
As the basic ass generic grunts.
And I feel like they ran out of ideas for K to be able to use abilities, and if you make the enemies interesting, then you just organically come up with new ideas for abilities because they present problems that you can give the player solutions for. But if there's not very many problems that the player has to solve, then all of the stuff starts to feel unnecessary, the added extra stuff. So even if K did have, I don't know, 10 more gadgets, and you could start playing this shit like a tab target MMO, it still wouldn't be fun for me because you wouldn't need to do these things because ultimately you simply click on their heads and
it's the
that
same,
is
like,
the
you
best
can
way to
still
go for it.
kill all these guys with your basic blaster shots and it's easy.
Yes. There's no reason to juggle them up in the air with the Red Queen and fucking stab them 30 times before they hit the ground because they're dead. Like, it's over. You don't need to do all that. You don't need all that extra stuff. Nine said when you earn it, that's another thing. I don't care. For me personally, I don't care if you earn it, right? I don't care if I went through a mission that took, I don't know how many retries and how many hours to do. If the item is broken, the item is broken. And if some people enjoy that, that's perfectly fine. But on hard mode, if you introduce a crazy powerful item, I would also like you to introduce enemies who can adapt to that item, and you start building on top of the problem. You start building up on the puzzle, and then the game becomes something that that is adaptive ultimately. And yeah, you're just not gonna get that here. These enemies are very static in their design. It's an open world game, but the way that you approach combat is very linear.
Yeah, so I don't know, is there anything else to really say about combat?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think that we left combat a little light there. I think that we kind of dove into it. I think that we touched on everything. If there's anything we feel like we missed, it will be a small thing, but I'm not thinking about anything else combat-wise.
What was your favorite parts of the game, I guess? What did you like? What did you enjoy? Because I feel like we're touching a lot on like what we didn't enjoy, and like, you know, yeah. What was the parts that just like got you like, okay, yeah, I'm feeling the game.
The highlights for me, I think, were the introduction to zones, and then I felt like that stuff was spoiled. So we got introduced to this starter planet, and then, you know, we went on that speeder side quest that you talked about, and everything felt great in the beginning. Everything was fresh, and then it quickly became stale. And then
it felt like they stopped trying,
yeah,
pretty much.
We left the starter planet, and then we went to Tatooine, and then we went, okay, cool, so they just told us we gotta mind our reputation, let's go meet up with Jabba. We couldn't meet up with Jabba, it wasn't our choice, and we had to start slaying his guys because the game wanted us to. So the intro felt good, and then it just quickly felt like you know, the game was at odds with itself, and it was hard to suspend my disbelief there that they were still trying to make me believe in this faction system and this choices matter type thing. So and then Kijimi, the intro to Kijimi felt amazing. Oh my god, this place is beautiful. Snow place,
Kijimi was
look
so
at the
cool.
ramen. This place
Even
is
just
awesome.
coming in with the nebula and like the ice nebula and being like, oh,
the nebula
shit,
before
my
you even
sensors
get
aren't
to the
working.
planet.
Even then I was thinking to myself, like, man, how are they gonna screw us over later with this nebula thing? And like, I'm sure there is content in the nebula, but like it wasn't a part of like any of the main missions or anything.
So they
really
briefly touched on the nebula. We didn't do much with it, and they did a little something with it. But basically, the reason why the Crimson Dawn are there, I believe, is because the nebula does a really good job at like EMPing and like and fucking with transmissions and stuff. Yeah, so it's a great cloak for them to operate in the shadows. So I thought that was cool. And then there was a quest where you had to like go into there, and there was like some mishap with your communication. But that was literally just one thing, and I don't even remember if that was a main quest or a side quest or not. What the fuck is going on here? This should have been the whole game.
Don't want to do that.
Yeah, why are we actually like getting ND5 content now? Like,
what?
I want
No ND5, bro.
ND5's crazy. This would have been nice, like, earlier. Before all that shit that we just did at the very end of the game.
ND5 get out of the ship challenge impossible? What the hell is he doing on ground? This is why casting of Frank Stone will be game of the year, hopefully. Movie of the year. I feel like it can't win game of the year. I wouldn't nominate it for game of the year unless it was crazy, but...
based on Steam reviews, it's not looking too hot.
Oof. See y'all later and keep shitting on this game for me. Alright, let me pull up casting of Frank Stone thing, but I'm not going to derail this into a Frank Stone video, but Okay, so yeah, I felt like the introduction to the zones was good. I thought it was spot on. It just felt like they fucking could not
It felt
keep
like
it together.
every time that we went to a zone, it felt like a breath of fresh air. Like, oh man, this place is gonna be so cool. Like, there's gonna be so much shit to do here, and it's gonna be like awesome. Kind of feels like,
You got this, Nix.
I don't know. They lay out this place, and the presentation is just always spot on.
Find something?
Like, gets you excited for it. But when you actually go and start doing stuff, it turns into generic Ubisoft nonsense.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, so people are just saying that the game isn't optimized. It's like, it's mixed like 67%. First comment I saw was, first off, yeah, Frank Stone. First comment I see is, first off, this game is not that well optimized. Let me see. Optimization. That's up for. Yeah, it's pretty much all performance issues. I don't really, not a lot of people are downvoting for the actual story. I'm not, but overview, I saw like 4 people talking about performance already. I typically don't have performance problems, so I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll see what's happening. Yeah, so we were talking. Yeah, we were basically wrapping it up. So that was those were the things that I enjoyed in the beginning. I loved the idea of what they were about to sell me, or what they could sell me in principle. I felt like each zone was a fresh slate, and I was willing to get lost on some of those planets and do some side quests. But yeah, it started to sour for me when the factions started to get introduced, because then I was like, oh my god, they're gonna keep shoehorning this failed design philosophy everywhere we go. Like, I'm here, okay, this is really interesting, it's opening up, and here comes the fucking whoever's, and they come through, and then it just feels like it then becomes just, instead of Kijimi, it's now Planet 3.
Yeah, it kind of, once the story parts would start to like show the fact that they didn't really work, you know, once you started seeing like the flaws in the story, you know, just shit not really adding up,
It's not a coincidence the pikes are
it just left such a damper on things and made it feel like unimportant.
Yeah.
Like, the shit that you were doing didn't really matter, because like when we were at the Crimson Dawn doing the coup on Kijimi, like no matter what we did, that mission ended up making the Crimson Dawn lady happy. So like, I don't know, it was just like what we were doing didn't matter, and the planet was not really all that epic like you kind of got the vibe from in the presentation.
Yeah, and
the disillusionment hits.
And there's another thing, and it's that certain people might come into this game and really want to role play and get on board with the faction, their faction, ride or die, no matter what. I understand what that's like, okay? Like, I'm a future war cult guy from Destiny, okay? Destiny 1, I'm a future war cult title on deck at all times. If you call me with a cape that was like a Dead Orbit or Crimson or whatever, I would rather kill myself than have you take a snapshot of me with a red cloak on my back. But for no reason whatsoever. There was no like gameplay incentive. I just thought it was cool, and that was my character. But when it comes to this,
it's hard to get invested in these characters. Or in
it's
the
hard to
actions.
play that way when the main character, K themselves, is very much not somebody who puts their faith in institutions. So you can want to walk around in full fucking Crimson Dawn uniform and play the part, but at the end of the day, K is looking out for herself, and she's using people. So it's not really like, pick your favorite faction and join them and work your way up the ranks. That's not what you're doing here. You are playing sides. And I'm not to say that they are, it's their fault for miscommunicating that in marketing at any point, but I do feel like just people are gonna get attached no matter what, even if you tell them that this is a game where nobody gives a shit about you and you need to find your own way. If you introduce factions with loyalty points, humans are naturally going to get attached to a
take
group.
A team.
Yeah, people are gonna want to pick a side
and say, "Fuck the Pikes. I'm a Hutt all day, every day. Fuck the Pikes, though."
Yes, and yeah, so there's just going to be a little bit of tension there between how the main character operates and her motives and what the player wants to do. And I'm not saying that they should just fan service all the way and allow you to, you know, damn near become a Crimson Dawn lieutenant. But just noting that that is something that I feel like is going to be a point of content for a lot of people. The factions were just lacking, period. Whether or not you were just going to use them at the end of the day for your end goal, regardless, there's just not enough content there. But if you're coming in and you want to become a Hutt, you want to become a Pike, you're definitely going to be disappointed. Definitely, because that's just not what this is, even though...
That's not what happens at all.
Yeah.
You just can't do that. Even repping their gear is just kind of like you're repping their gear, but like the faction still kind of treats you as an outsider no matter what. You can go in their base, but only like to a certain point, and you know, all that shit.
Yeah, you can have excellent status with them, but there's just zones that they'll be like, if you step past this line, I will kill you. And you're like, bro, I have been working for you forever.
We're homies, I thought.
I just foiled an Empire plot for you, my dude. I just assassinated a queen. I was a part of a coup for you. No, you can't go in that room. Fuck off. And then if you sneak into that room, you see random ass fucking grunts in there that aren't on your level that you could one shot or you could punch in the back of the head and knock out. And you're like, okay, so these guys have clearance for this zone and not me?
Yeah, no matter what, it kind of always, they'll treat you like an outsider. So you can't rep the factions you want to rep.
So, yeah, to answer your question, my favorite part was the introduction to the different zones. The presentation, I thought that was good. I liked, overall I was favorable towards Kay's voice acting. I thought it was good. And I would say that's...
I think Kay overall was a decent character.
Yeah. And it's refreshing to find a character that isn't so ready to jump on a bandwagon for any faction. I feel like, you know, just characters in games where there's allegiance type stuff, they will be very sympathetic to a cause. And so it was just very refreshing, even though this game did feel like Star Wars bingo, checking off a lot of stuff. It was refreshing to see a character really not fall for the heroism rebel spiel.
Oh my god, you got no idea how much that is like refreshing for me. Because I was so ready to just stop caring the second that happens, but like no, she's just about herself. And it's refreshing. She's just doing her own thing. Man, people wanted so badly to hate Kay because like before the game even came out, and like she's really not bad at all. Like there's nothing to say that like I don't feel like she's annoying or anything, you know.
I found her more interesting than Cal.
Like, political. She's not
from
like
what I played from Fallen Order, Cal just felt so boring, dude. Cal felt like, you know the main character in Hogwarts Legacy? How he's just a fucking nothing wizard? That's how Cal felt to me.
Guy. I think in Fallen Order 1, yeah, Cal is pretty much just a dude. I feel like they've expanded on him a bit more in 2, but like, I mean, he's all right. Cal's all right. But honestly, I enjoy Kay's character more. She's more interesting to me, which is like, damn, I feel like I'm gonna get put on a stake for saying something like that, but it's true.
Yes.
Like, she just has more like hard stances and opinions about things that makes a character a character. You know, the way that Geralt is not just a stand-in for you as the player. He kind of has his own thoughts and opinions, and Kay is like that in the same way.
Yes.
Where
Witcher
she
is a
has her own
choices matter
opinions
game,
and...
but you can't be evil Geralt.
Right, like, I mean, you can be, but like, not really.
Not really,
Like,
yeah.
You're not a genocidal... Well... I mean, I guess you can be towards like certain people.
It's
it's hard to
great.
explain, but you understand what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
Geralt is Geralt still at the end of the day. Everyone knows what Geralt is like. He's a Witcher, and he acts that way.
But like, for example,
And,
even if you're playing evil Geralt would never take a contract to kill like a civilian. Right, like that. We would never do that. You don't get that option.
No.
You don't get that option to take money to simply kill somebody that's innocent because somebody doesn't like them, and you won't get that because you're playing Geralt, not yourself.
Yeah, like I guess even speaking in terms of like Star Wars, there's the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, where you can just straight like be the evilest motherfucker alive and, you know, kill children and stuff for fun. Like, just be as evil as possible. I don't think Geralt would ever do something like that, even if you play evil Geralt, quote unquote.
Yeah. It's just, and so, yeah,
I feel like Kay's kind of like that. Like, Kay would not, she's still her own character very strictly throughout the game, and I think she's interesting.
Yeah, and like maybe Cal does have these opinions throughout the first game, but maybe not given enough opportunity for them to shine, you know? Like, all characters have opinions. There's nobody who's just a fence sitter on every problem known to man, but you do have to put these characters in a position for them to make those decisions, and then you kind of learn to see where they are. So I honestly think a lot of cases that people find characters boring, it's more so a product of the environment that the writers have them in than the character. Not to say that there aren't boring ass characters in gaming, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think it comes down to... I don't think Cal... I don't know. I'd have to replay the games to really, like, have a definitive thing to say about that, because it's been a while since I've played Fallen Order. But, yeah, I don't remember him being a very, like... I don't think he interacts with enough people to have, like, these... very hard stances on like things that are going on. This sounds stupid because he definitely does. Like he has feelings. I just feel like he doesn't get to express it as much as Kay is.
Maybe
able to.
I haven't played the game, but would you say maybe he doesn't get to interact with characters that are maybe a bit more, I don't know, maybe he doesn't get so many interactions with, I guess, different aligned characters like, I don't know, like the rebel guy is a really big
So-
goody two shoes. So you see Kay and she's like, oh my god, you're a fucking Boy Scout, you're insufferable, I hate you. And then you have the guy who hired her who is like ambiguous, and then you get to see her relationship with how she treats people when she's not sure about their motives. And then her mom, and she feels like her mom burned her, so you see how she treats people that she is unfavorable towards, and you know, vice versa. Would you say maybe there's just not enough dynamics?
I just don't think there's
Cal to-
enough interactions with like other people in the Fallen Order game to really like flesh him out that way and it keeps him more baseline.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is like Kay interacts with so many different people, even like the side quest people. You can kind of gain more about her just by the way that she talks to them.
And they all come at her trying to, like, for the most part, manipulate her, and she has to kind of sift through and figure out, is what you're telling me the truth? Yeah, you have to be smart and intelligent about it. She can't approach everything just being like, yeah, I'll help you because I'm a good person. So she's already, like, whenever she talks to somebody, she's kind of putting them under a microscope. And yeah, you can really kind of see that dynamics versus, you know, when she's talking to a stranger versus a friendly or something like that. And again, not to say that Cal doesn't encounter hostile people in his video game, but yeah, if it's clear, it's clear. If not,
his interactions end up being like he has forget her name, the one black lady at the very start of the game and her like alien companion are like, oh, this is awkward.
This is okay.
Anyways, yeah, you talk to them, and you talk to who else? You talk to the main bad guys, which are the sisters. I don't know what they're called.
Where he gets his girlfriend.
The Inquisitors. I think they're Inquisitors. But you deal with them, and then there's like a couple side characters throughout that like show up, but they're not very well defined. Like the goth baddie shows up, but she's literally not used much at all in that game. You don't understand anything about her.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on Fallen Order, a game that we've not played recently, that we don't have the biggest knowledge of.
So
I've watched all of Fallen
Order. The
Order.
amount of people, I guess, that you're able to interact with in that game are very low compared to the amount of people you interact with in this game.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some truth to that. Again, we don't have the most knowledge on that game. It's not fresh. I did watch the whole game about 1.5 times. I didn't play it. Well, I did play it, but I didn't play it to completion. We plotted out the Star Wars Online video that people loved. So I do have knowledge about the whole game, but I've not played it personally. So, you know, I'm pulling away from that. I just was saying that to me, she's just more interesting than Cal. I haven't played 2, whatever. But yeah, a lot of people did dislike her a lot, especially when they would pull up pictures of like, oh, hey, look, this is what the model of the actress is based off of, and this is how the character looks in game. This is a political stance. Look at this. And it's like, listen, you just took a picture of a smuggler that might just, or an outlaw that might have just got done crawling their way through the goddamn sewer, and you have a picture of the model on the red carpet in full makeup, and you're like, look at this. This character is
Why
doesn't
different?
look
Why different?
Why different?
Why is she ugly?
Why is she different? Why is she ugly? She has no like no eyeshadow, no not even lipstick, like got nothing on, and then you've got this girl in a dress on the carpet, you know, getting a picture, and then oftentimes it'll probably be like a random like still from a screenshot of a game that was probably running on like medium to high on PS5 or some shit. Like it's just is disingenuous in general. But we know why some people were out to hate the character in the beginning from the start. Not to say that it is the most perfectly written, most flawless character, and you cannot have negative opinions about it.
I think it's just because of how Star Wars has been recently, where there's been political stuff with like the Acolyte. That was extremely political and like, you know, very that much stuff.
I get where the
people were
sentiment comes
expecting
from.
that because that's just how Disney Star Wars has been. It's been very political and has pushed that kind of agenda in that way.
At the same time, it's like manufactured and people want to see it almost where it's not. And
yes, and I think people were ready to jump on Kay because they just saw her and realized it's another woman and it might end up being the same thing as the Acolyte, but they didn't really give her a chance.
You have gamers with a capital G.
This is not like that at all.
Gamers with a capital G. They're not the majority or anything like that, but there are some outliers that will see either a person of color or a woman on the front of something, and now it is immediately woke propaganda or something of the sort. Whatever game that they might be talking about very well may be, but this game is not woke propaganda. This game is not shoving an agenda down your throat. If anything, you take away from this game, think for yourself, because everybody else is.
Yeah, I didn't really get any political stance at all from about U.S. politics or whatever the fuck, world politics in real life. So that was so refreshing. I was so glad that didn't happen, and I think it's a big reason why I really like Kay as a character, because I did watch The Acolyte. I saw that shit, and it was like, it was so grating, the politics and stuff that were just injected into it, and it was not even like, there was no hiding it at all. It was just laid bare. They did not give a damn.
She could use with a new haircut though, like holy fuck. She could use something different up top is all I'm saying, like, oh my god. Jeez,
give us a customization. Let us cut that shit. Or something.
So I answered, what would you say your favorite part of the game was?
Definitely just the environments. Like the design of everything was so I don't know what's
tell you
happening.
which rep you get?
I don't know.
Fuck Jabba, keep the schematics.
Should I? I mean, I'm trying to work with him right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, alright, give him this shit, make him love you, fuck it.
What, I don't know what these schematics are. I'm keeping it.
And that's what I got.
I know a dude IRL that looks like this, I believe it.
But yeah, I was saying my favorite part is definitely just the environments, just to see how well they translated Star Wars universe to this game. I feel like they nailed it all so well.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but a lot of the times when we're talking, or anybody talks about games that they think could have been better, people always say, art team killed it, art team that, art team that. It's so consistent. Like, how many times have you heard, oh, this Destiny expansion was fucking ass, but the art team went crazy? Like, art team is always
that way
going
with the
crazy.
movies as well. Like, with movies in general, like, art team, people doing visual effects, slaving away, like, they make some good shit, and then just the story team is usually dog ass, like dog water. I don't think it's that bad with this game. Like, I think the story team did all right, But
The schematics hidden from him, but
you know, art direction pretty good. Even with people saying that this game is like ugly, bad, you know, graphics or whatever, I think it's serviceable. Not like prettiest game ever, but like I like the little like environmental details, the tiny little things like exploring the giant ship or whatever on Tashara that was like falling apart as we were like going through it, and it was all rusted, and like you could see all these consoles, broken consoles and shit on the side. Like I felt like I was crawling through an actual like rusted over abandoned ship, and it was enjoyable.
Same.
Like I was immersed in that, and
For me,
I totally bought it.
I could be in the minority, but for me, a great reward for a quest is simply exploring a cool environment. I don't need money. I don't need a perk. I don't need a new goddamn ability. I don't need new gear. Simply going to a zone and exploring a cool new environment is a W quest in my book. And I did get to experience that a few times going through this game. So I've always liked that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That was probably my favorite part of the whole experience, was just being able to see what cool places we were going to go to next, because the level design for these missions were really good.
Yeah, and even though Kijimi, the whole planet, was just one city, I was just getting a really great vibe from that place, and I did like running through the, you know, the hallways or the walkways or whatever, the stairs, and doing that stuff. Like the environment was just great. I am already biased because Snow Planet. I mean, if I had my goddamn way, I would have probably just, the whole game would have just been on a goddamn snow planet, and you would have, I basically would have made Lost Planet Star Wars. I would have just shoehorned my agenda into making a new Lost Planet game, I guess. I just love snowy environments. Why is that guy huddled in the corner? That was weird.
He's probably homeless, man. Leave him alone.
That place had great vibes, and it's just a shame that I didn't get to really do much of that other planetary exploration that we liked on that planet, because I would have loved to have gone inside some caves and see like some blue ice walls and stuff like that. You know, like Rise of the Tomb Raider type shit. You know, like
there's
I
a lot
wanted
you
those
can do with a
environments.
snow environment. There's
so
could
much.
be really cool, but
So much
yeah,
you
they
can
didn't
do
really
with
go
that.
anywhere with it.
I got robbed. The only planet with none of that shit. I mean, it had some of that, but it was all in a city. I didn't really get to see the natural environments. So that was a shame. Okay, so we talked a lot about the things that we didn't like. We talked briefly about the things that we did like. I said Star Wars Outlaws, my final score. I know people don't like. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure how people are on points. I like points.
I think a lot of people like points, but there's also a subsection of people that say that it's stupid to just give points, because there's a lot of things that go into it. But like, at the end of the day, I feel like I like points because you can still. Oh my god, okay. What? Anyways, I like points because you can still sum everything up. Anyways, we've made our like, we've described our feelings about the game to kind of understand where things are like going up and down and fluctuating. And like, it's just, you can say it overall pretty easily with a point system.
Well, I
Like,
wasn't
just to
talking
sum it
more
all
so
up.
about the points. I was talking more like points as in 1.2. But yeah, like, you know, the point at the end.
Well, I've heard that just people don't even like point systems and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like that at all.
I get that. That's stupid, but I'm gonna have to say, Yeah, I give it a medium 6. It's a 6.5. If you want to round that down to a 6, you could do that. I definitely wouldn't round it up to a 7.
Round it up to a 7.
I would not
way.
round it up to a 7.
I wouldn't
would
round
not
it
do
up
that.
to a 7.
Do not do that.
See, that's why I'm ending on a 6 because
Yeah.
I would not round up to a 7.
I wouldn't round up. I would not do it. I say 6.5 because it really did have moments of greatness. I felt like the design philosophy was almost getting there, so it was almost a 7, which is, you know, a slightly above average game. Well, you know, it's bordering between slightly above average and above average, but it doesn't get that 7. It's certainly not. A flat 6. I don't feel comfortable giving it a flat 6, though it could be, but I just think that it did have moments in there that were good. 6.5, maybe later. I, you know, only do 6, but yes, I say 6.5, whatever you want to do. Don't round it up though. And yeah, we've talked quite a bit about Star Wars Outlaws. That's our full experience. I feel like a lot of people, when they are watching or listening to a review, they get upset because everybody gives the game like every game is a 6 or a 7 out of 10, or you know 6, 7, 6, 7, whatever. 6, 7, 8 would be 8's rare for me, but some people do be dishing out 8s and 9s. I feel like the number gives you that baseline, but obviously what the fuck? You almost wanted to do it again. But you need to actually watch the review to kind of get what it is, and so one reviewer could give 2 games a 7, but the context inside matters, you know, like what aspects are good versus aren't.
I think if you're actually saying something of substance and like there's meaning behind your number, then fine, like it's good to have a number. I get why people are like, you know, having a number is bad because it's cheap and it like waters down your entire context of your review, but like as long as you're still providing context when you're talking about it, like it can still work. And
Nut proposes,
I think we have a good reason behind our numbers being 6 and 6.5.
Nut proposes, he says, what a letter grade more aptly described, like a C+. That's interesting.
I mean, it's like the same thing, isn't it?
It's like the same thing, but I mean, it's not a scale of 1 through 10. You know, it's like it's a more narrow scale, kind of the same thing. But I would say, yeah, if I had to give it a water,
Unless I get in there and help myself first.
a flat C.
You can't catch me.
See, but a C is like a 5. I feel that's mid.
Kind of. C+, and then
See,
yeah. Because
that's
B
why I'm
minus,
just like-
B minus. Yeah, I would just stick the number. Fuck it.
I'd rather have numbers. It's
yeah.
way less complicated that way.
I give it a 6.5 with an Angry Joe badass seal of approval.
No, not a badass seal of approval for a 6.5. Crazy. Well, I guess we'll end this video here. Cruising around our favorite planet, Tatooine.
Oh my god.
Everyone's
man.
favorite planet.
We could have been cruising around in Kojima. Do you know what they took from us? They put assets and the time into this fucking planet. They could have given Star Wars players a unique experience of open world game on a snowy planet, and instead they are back on fucking Tatooine. This is insanity. Tatooine
Everyone
should've
loves
just been
Tatooine,
one-
man.
No. Tatooine should have just been like one city, bro. Oh my god. If anywhere had to get the Kojima treatment, it should have been Tatooine. But yeah, okay, we've exhausted everything.
That was never gonna happen.
Yeah, there was just too much bingo to be had here on Tatooine. It needed to be completely fleshed out. We have said our piece on everything. I do not think there is quite anything left for me to talk about. I think Fat's exhausted it as well.
Yes.
We have beaten Bosnak at Sabak.
Drank his juice. It was delicious.
They kind of taste like pickle juice, but
It was
I
pickle
wouldn't call
juice.
I wouldn't call that delicious, but maybe drop an onion in there and I'll
The
come
taste
back
of
a week
victory
later
was
and see what that
delicious.
tastes like.
More than anything, it was just the winning.
Fat Dipper has still never had an onion pickle.
And I hope I never do.
You're going to eat an onion pickle, goddammit. I'm gonna shove an onion pickle down your throat layer by layer. Or what? Never. A lot of uncultured people in chat, man. I tell you. I tell you. Pickle martini? No. They pickle onions? Onion pickle? Oh my god. You guys, man. Maybe it's a black thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a black thing. Alright, yeah, we're done. Yeah, I guess we're it.
Yeah, that's
final
it for
goodbyes.
now, so.
Bye, everybody. Bye,
Good night, everyone.
Maybe in your dreams you can become the outlaw you always wanted to be.
That's so inspiring. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm multi-foring this shit. Bye-bye.
Bye.